Hello, hello. How are y'all doing tonight? Yes, Becca, you made it on time. Yay, how are you? I hope you're doing good. Let me go ahead and get the banners going here for the BOGO. So tonight I only have a 2-hour live stream, so get in early. Make sure that you guys are donating, all that stuff, because this is going to get cut off pretty quick. In order for me to get the readings done in 2 hours, I would need all the donations to come through probably in the next 30 minutes. So if you are interested in a BOGO tonight, definitely get those donations in. We're still doing free reads. Don't worry about that. Okay, so let me go ahead and get this set up. Let me know, guys. Let's see, red hearts if you want the rods, or blue hearts if you want the cards. Okay, Becca. Do you guys want the free readings to be the rods, do red hearts? And if you want the cards, do blue hearts. I'll let you guys decide tonight. So Becca wants the cards. Rashima, do you want the rods? Do you want the cards today for the free list? We're doing blue for cards, red for rods. Hi, Mo. Becca said Cash App. Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'll confirm that one in a second. So it looks like everybody is wanting the cards. Perfect. All right, so we're going to do the cards tonight, not the rods. You guys can go ahead and post your questions. Becca. Is Marquise still planning on initiating communication with Becca soon? Spirit, please tell me a yes or a no. Whoa. Is Marquise still planning on initiating communication with Becca soon? Okay, interesting. I do want to get timing for you if I can, because I am getting a no that he's staying more remote. He's staying more independent at this time. So maybe soon is a relative term. So let's see. Within the next 2 months, will Marquise initiate communication with Becca? In the next 2 months, will Marquise initiate communication with Becca? I am getting a yes, okay? So maybe they didn't understand soon. Maybe soon to them is like, a week or two. So I feel like by the end of January, I'm getting a yes on that one. Firefly Magic Glow, hello, how are you? Firefly will end getting contact, reconnect with me in December. That sounds great, Becca. I have a yes, Firefly. Hey, Emily, how are you? Hey, Alexandra. We're doing the BOGO tonight, guys, again. So if you would like to partake, please get your donations in soon. This is only going to be a 2-hour stream. Last night I was here for 5 hours. So I had to cut it down a little bit tonight. Will I get some good news soon? Rashima wants to know. Please show me a yes or a no for Rashima. Wow, too many cards. Sorry, that was like half my deck. There we go. So I am getting a yes for you, Rashima. Judgment. This feels like maybe things are changing or looking up. Let's hope. Alexandra, does Diana think that I dislike her? I'm getting a no. Yeah, I got you, Becca. I knew what you were saying. Emily R. Does T and his ex have each other blocked on Instagram? They're not following each other. Okay, so does T and his ex have each other blocked on Instagram? I am getting a no. You're welcome, Firefly. Sunflower. Was M the Gemini shocked, upset when he saw sunflowers in a relationship? I am getting a no. It could be that they weren't shocked, but they were upset, or it could be that they like weren't shocked. But yeah, I don't know. Like it could be one or the other, or it could be a no to both. Truthfully, I'm not sure. So when we ask yes or no questions, we like to be very specific, but I am getting a no. You're welcome, Emily. Okay, Sunflower. Okay, you're welcome. Okay, Mo. Hey, Rising. How are you? Did CA lie to me about sleeping with her ex-wife? Please show me a yes or a no for Mo. I'm getting a no. 9 of Wands is a no card for me. Hey, Rising, I got your donation. Was that for a BOGO and then charms and paper messages for both? Becca, I also have yours. Oh, okay, Rising, you got it. So, Rising, do you only have one question or do you have two tonight? Okay, that's perfect. I got it, Rising. Thank you. Thank you, guys. All right, so on this screen, I have the donation list. We have Becca first, then we have Rising Storm. The donations will close in 30 minutes. So I'm on the East Coast, so 7:15 p.m. I'm going to have to close it down. Definitely get your donations in if you guys are planning on getting a reading from me tonight. Okay, so we have 7 minutes left on the clock. As far as free readings go, it's a little bit slow. Hey, Kendra. So we're going to let the clock keep going. I actually started it a little late, so I might finish it a little early, but we'll see. We'll see how this goes. But Becca, if you wanted to, you can go ahead and post, hey, Vetus, how are you? Becca, you can go ahead and get your questions prepped for me if you know what they are. That way, as soon as the timer goes off, we can just get right into it. I love how everyone's saying hi to each other. What's up, Becca? What's your question? That was so weird on my screen. Did y'all see that? So my screen glitched and I went to look at the replay and it didn't glitch on your end, like on the viewer side of things. But it was so weird because it glitched in here, like in my room. All right, Kendra, I have you on the list as well for a BOGO. Is it true that my boss Romo is into me romantically? Uh-oh. Is it true that Kendra's boss Romo is into her romantically? Please show me a yes or a no for Kendra. Yes, it's true. 3 of Cups. Alex. Does F know that I watch him on Facebook? Please show me a yes or a no. He does not know. I have three no's. No, he does not know. He is unaware. Okay, Becca, I have your first question. Lord have mercy. I know. Your boss, that's crazy. You're welcome, Rashima. Okay, Becca, that sounds great. What do you mean, Mo? You can ask more than one question. What do you mean? Yeah, it's just one question. Hey, Benjamin, how are you? Hey, I speak. If you guys get in the last 40 seconds, I can answer a yes or a no question for you. Just get it typed before the timer goes off. Correct. The 15 minutes free is just one question per person. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let me answer for I Speak. So guys, really quickly, I had a giveaway going tonight. It was in my description. It was like an Easter egg. You had to find it. Mo is the only one that participated. So tonight, Mo is going to get a free mini reading with me. All throughout December at random days, times, random streams, maybe on my community posts, things like that. I will be doing giveaways or offers, discounts, exclusives, things like that. It's not going to be every day, but you just never know. So make sure that you guys are paying attention and keeping an eye out for that. Hey, Beauty, how are you? All right, so I Speak says, will I hear from JP by this weekend? Will I hear from JP by this weekend? Please show me a yes or a no for I Speak. Oh, you did? I'm sorry, I didn't see it yet. I've been streaming. All right, let me catch up on the chat here. Okay, so I Speak says, will I hear from JP by this weekend? Will I hear from JP by this weekend? Show me a yes or a no for I Speak. Ooh, I think it's possible. I feel like I want to tell you yes, I Speak. Knight of Wands. Knight of Wands is a yes card for me. Oh, you're welcome, Mo. So I've got everybody on the list. If you guys donated, please do let me know if I missed you. And Benjamin, I'm sorry, I just saw your question. Benjamin says, will Benjamin get married next year? Please show me a yes or a no for Benjamin. Will Benjamin get married next year? Whoop. Okay, it seems as though the deck doesn't want to shuffle anymore for your question. So it usually means we're ready to go. Will Benjamin get married next year? All right, I am getting a no. Six of Swords. We need a little bit more maybe stability in your life. Maybe you feel like things are kind of just up in the air. You're not really sure what's going to happen. You may have not even met your person yet. So I am getting a no for that one. There's also a no at the bottom of the deck as well. Just sit tight. Doesn't mean it won't happen the following year. Okay, hopefully I got to everyone. I'm so sorry. Nyla said I missed it. I'm sorry. Yeah, so the free is one question, the BOGO's two. The BOGO's when you donate. Yay, I Speak. Me too. Thank you. I would love to get to 1,000 before the end of the month. I just need 100 subs. Can we make it happen? Can we make it happen? Let me know. I was. Fingers crossed. Benjamin, I just saw your thing that says please say no. Are these cards smooth and slim? Are you talking about this deck right here? Yeah, I would say so. I like the way they shuffle too, but they shuffle a lot better when they're new. I think that I've just had a bunch of crap on my hands, like lotion and oils and whatever, and like they start to get a little stuck to themselves. but they were like butter for the longest time. Yeah, they're like almost flimsy in a way. I mean, they're good quality. The corners aren't bent. I've had this deck for a long time, and it was gifted by my cousin. So she used it for a little while too, and it's like holds up pretty well. There's like little like lifting down here, but it's thin, and I love it. I do like the shuffle for sure. Nyla, I'm so sorry. Yeah, the list. You missed the list for the free questions. You're welcome, Benjamin. Benjamin donated. Let me add that to the list. Naisha, thank you so much for donating. Kendra, you can add Benjamin and Naisha to our list. I'll confirm them in a second. I want to get started on these readings since I've got a lot of people waiting. Yeah, easy to shuffle cards. I'm like obsessed with this deck right now. The one that Naisha actually gifted me. I will say it's like one of those where it's like chunky, you know, when you're shuffling, and it's like very large. Like you can see my hands aren't huge. So it's definitely a learning curve, but okay. Hello, Audrina. How are you? Yes, you can still donate for a question. Absolutely. Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal. My link tree with all the information is in the pinned comments. Yes, I love it, Naisha. I love it. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move to Becca really quickly. You're welcome. Why is Marquise avoiding initiating communication? Why is Marquise avoiding initiating communication with Becca? All right, this seems to want to pop out, so we're going to take that. Adrina, did you want PayPal, Cash App, or Venmo? I can send you the link. Just let me know what's good for you. Okay, it's in the chat now for you. That should work. If it doesn't, let me know. Why is Marquise avoiding initiating communication with Becca? Why is Marquise avoiding initiating communication? It almost feels like that's not the right question. It's almost like, why hasn't he approached you yet? Because I don't resonate with avoidance. And if I use that word, I'm sorry, but it's more like just hanging back, not quite coming through at this time. Audrina, you donated for $5, and tonight it's a BOGO, so it's $15, but you get 2 questions. So I just wanted to let you know, if you wanted to do the BOGO, it would be $15. It's really the only reading that I'm offering tonight. Sometimes I do $5 readings, but tonight just isn't one of those nights. So just let me know what you'd like to do. No, that's totally fine. It's totally fine. Like, I completely get it. You only have one question. Okay. What I can do is, just because you're new here, you weren't really sure, I can do a mini reading for you where I pull 5 cards. But just know that moving forward in the BOGO streams, it's a $15 donation. You do get 2 questions with it. But I can do a mini reading for you if you like. Ten of Cups, Ace of Cups, 4 of Wands. Wow. Looking at the spread. So I'm glad that you can see them from here, because I always am like afraid that these cards aren't going to be like you won't be able to see them all in full. So for me, it doesn't necessarily feel like avoidance. It feels, you know how like when someone has to psych themselves up for something? Of course, Audrina. You're absolutely totally fine. You know, like when someone's like gonna go do something, like jump out of a plane, and like they've got to psych themselves up for it, right? Okay, Audrina, you got it. I feel like that's kind of the place that he's in at this time, where it's more like I feel he's just like trying to get over the nerves. He's trying to get to a point where he's like, let's just jump, you know, like let's just take a leap of faith. So the dreamer is the Fool, and a lot of times I always see this card as like taking a trust fall into the universe's arms, that things are going to work out, that the universe is going to catch you. It's like a leap of faith. So it almost feels like he kind of already is starting to feel like he knows he's going to communicate with you. It's still in the thought process, because the 3 of Fire is in reverse. So to me, it just feels like more like he's just trying to mentally prepare himself, maybe figure out how to approach you, what to say. Do I, do something very like unattached, where I maybe comment on a picture of hers, or send her a quick text like a hey, what's up? Do I go all out? Do I tell her what I'm thinking, what I'm feeling? Do I just be completely honest with her? How will she receive me? So it's like very much like okay, I'm gonna do this. I just have to figure it out. Like, what am I gonna do? How am I gonna do it? Like, to me, it just feels very, it doesn't feel avoidant. It feels like he's just trying to get there. He's trying to get in that process, which is probably why when I was doing the yes or no question for you, that I was in a place where I was like, I kind of want to know when, because you said soon, and something was like, just keep shuffling for her. Just see if you can get a timeline, because it doesn't feel like it's necessarily in the next week, but it feels like it would be soon though. Like between now and maybe like the first year or the first month of next year. So that's kind of like what I'm thinking it might be. You said, haha, that's great to know. I randomly fell on it and thought I'd try it. Thought it was a donation, but now I know. Thanks, guys. You're welcome. Absolutely. So, Becca, you're saying right. So you're kind of with me on that. Let me keep looking at these cards here and see if anything else is coming through. Okay. So I'm getting that being without you has been pretty difficult. I feel like he's able to live his day-to-day life, but like not being in your everyday presence, or being able to feel like freely ability to communicate with you, like, you know what I mean? Like communicate with you freely, like not feel like there's going to be any kind of like weirdness or whatever. It's like wanting to get back into that like jive with you. And it's felt kind of difficult, and I feel like he feels like he's nearing the end of that. But with the 10 of air, it's just like maybe there's some things that still have to happen first before he feels like he can really release that and be in a place now where he's embracing change and you know, expecting things to get better. So I feel like it's just like one little hump for him. I just feel like he's trying to just, like, I can't stop saying it's like he's hyping himself up like before game, you know. He's like, all right, we've got this, like, you're gonna do this, like, it's gonna be fine, like, she's gonna respond to you, she's gonna, yeah, you know, like when you're talking to yourself in a mirror before a date and you're like trying to like figure out what to say so you don't sound like an idiot. It's very much like that energy is what I'm picking up. He definitely wants this to be a successful approach with you and initiating conversation. He wants it to go well. I feel like it's just a matter of him. I feel like it's just a matter of him coming through at this point. I do feel he's committed to the plan, committed to the idea, committed to reaching out, so to speak. Oh, you said it's been difficult for you too. So this card actually talks about wanting to do something more challenging. So I do feel like he is, like I said, at that point where he's kind of ready to get out of his comfort zone. Where he feels like things feel more right. You know, that expression where it's like, it just felt right. You know, that's kind of what he's looking for. 10 of water here. Like, he wants to feel like things are just falling into place, that he's feeling more aligned, that his needs are being met, that he's having a more meaningful, you know, connection with someone. He feels like he can trust you. And while the Hermit card is here, and a lot of times they can talk about someone retreating, and I think I did say that word where he's still kind of being by default, like kind of doing his own thing and on his own right now and not really stepping forward just yet at this time. This card is speaking to me intuitively and telling me that he wants to spend time alone with you. So the Hermit is usually a solo act. It's usually, you know, where you're kind of going on your own to do your own thing. You're trying to figure yourself out, soul search, whatever. It's definitely a more solitary endeavor. However, I'm getting the impression he wants to be alone with you. And then we have the Ace of Earth at the bottom of the, or not the bottom of the deck, I'm sorry, the last card of the deck, which talks about extending an offer, you know, maybe putting in more efforts or giving to someone, handing something to someone. And with that gesture, it does feel like initiating contact. It also talks about a promising venture. Like I said, he wants this to be successful because he's just discontent with how things are in regards to you. I think that he's trying to see what is possible, and he's trying to convince himself that this is not a missed opportunity with you. What have you been getting a lot in your readings? Oh, that he wants to spend time with you. Like, go away. Yes, like, get out, you know? And maybe the retreat is not just like him stepping back or staying still. It could also be like you guys going out. Because, you know, when they talk about a retreat, they talk about getting away, you know, for a weekend or a week or whatever, getting out, going off grid, disconnecting. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you're doing this alone. Liz, how are you? You actually won last night. You won a mini reading. I needed you to actually cash that in last night, but I don't think you realized it, so I'm happy to do that tonight for you if you like. The giveaways do have to be redeemed by the end of that stream, but I just wanted to let you know that you did win, and I'm happy to honor that this evening if you'd like me to. Philomena, yes, I am. We're doing a last call right now for donations. I have the banner scrolling, so just make sure you guys are asking. Becca, let me know how that resonated for you. I definitely feel like he wants to get away with you. He wants to like go on some type of like getaway weekend or some type of like mini vacation. And it honestly, he doesn't even care if it's like solitary, like even at your place. It's just he wants time alone with you. It's really something that he daydreams about a lot, is spending time with you and just you, and like no distractions, you know, no one coming and running in, barging in, you know, no interruptions from friends, from family. It's very much feels like an off-grid desire to just disconnect. Audrina, I have your question. I'm going to save it in a little folder, and when it's your turn, I'm going to come back to that, okay? You don't have to post it again. I've got your question now. And perfect. Thank you, Audrina. So what I'm going to do is when I get to you, I'm going to call on you. If you're not in here, then what I'll do is I'll do your reading last, and I'll timestamp it in the comments so you can come back, okay? Would Spirit suggest I keep my options open romantically? You're welcome, Audrina. Okay, so Becca, I feel like your guides are so sweet. I really do. I feel like they're very much similar to your demeanor. Maybe that's why we get the guides we do, because they're what we need, or they're similar to what we are in our essence. But I feel like I'm hearing your spirit guide going like, I'm really rooting for Becca and Marquise. You know, if she wants to keep her options open, I think that's great, because she's so generous. She deserves love, and she deserves like someone who will treat her well. So in that regard, I want what's best for her, and I want her to just not completely close the idea off to someone new coming in. If someone that she sees is cute, or someone that she sees that she may be attracted to or interested in, or they're interested in her and she wants to respond to that, that's fine. But at the same time, like, I do feel like I believe in Marquise, and I feel like he's gonna come back around. So, I mean, I'm never going to tell her no. I'm never going to tell her, like, not to keep her options open. But I feel like, I don't want her life to get too complicated. Like, what if Marquise decides to step in 2 weeks and she's interested in someone else? Is that going to get messy? So, like, I feel like your spirit guide, whoever I'm communicating with, she's feminine. It feels so sweet. And I feel like she wants to tell you, yes, keep your options open. But I feel like there's something else going on here where she is rooting for Marquise to step up. But I think that your spirit guide, which is an interesting message, I think that she knows that Marquise's spiritual team is working overtime with him, and she's kind of like, I hope they pull through. Like, she feels like a fairy. Your guide feels like a fairy. I'm not even kidding. This is cracking me up. They really do root for him. This is actually very fairy-like. It's like elvish fairy vibes. Very soft-spoken. Very sweet. Yeah, it seems like the person, or guide, I should say, maybe there were a person at some point, I feel like they're rooting for Marquise. But they're never going to tell you to, like, completely put all your eggs in his basket, because I think that they can see what he's got going on and what he's working with, right? So they're kind of like, I don't want her to wait around. Because, like, your guides are here for you specifically in your, like, what's best for you and your highest good. There's guides over here for Marquise trying to take care of him. But your guides, like, want what's best for you. So they also don't want you waiting around forever. So it's like, don't rush anything. Don't force anything. If you keep your options open and nothing happens, that's fine. But also, like, don't completely close yourself off either. If there's someone else that's attractive and you're, like, really interested in them, they're appealing to you, but you're like, oh, but what about Marquise? Like, they also don't want you to get hung up on that situation if something else comes along. So it's like, maybe crack a window, keep it open, but don't, like, give up on Marquise, is what I'm hearing. That's funny you say that, because I talked to my guides about him, saying he needs to get it together. Aw, that's so cute. So here it talks about confidently accepting opportunities that you're offered. And what I'm taking from this is not a king of earth finance professional, because we're specifically talking about love and keeping your options open, and it's saying confidently be okay with those opportunities coming in. So yeah, I do want to see if I'm getting any other insights though related to this question, so give me a second while I scan. What's funny is I'm getting from spirit that you're not the problem. Like, you're never the problem. Do you maybe have personal growth and development and things like that to do? Yes, we all do. But I feel like your spirit guide wants you to know, like, you're never the issue. And maybe that's just important for you to hear, that it sucks because it's like, oh, it's not you, it's me. But it's like, no, it really is them. Like, you're never the problem. You're never the crazy one or anything like that. I'm sure you've learned a lot from your relationships, and you know who you want to be in a connection with someone, and maybe you know what changes you want to make. But that's not what they mean. They mean, like, the reasons that things didn't work out before has nothing to do with you. Don't ever blame yourself. Or if you feel like, yeah, no shit, it was never me. Like, I was never the problem. Like, you're getting reassurance that you are correct there. Too accurate. And if you have fears surrounding love, you don't need to, because I feel like the best is yet to come for you in your romantic life. It's not going to be like this forever, is like what I'm getting. Like, in your future, you have falling in love, you have romance, you have wedding proposals. You have a lot of events to go to with your significant other. You have the lovers here in the center, someone that you bond with, that you're attached to, that you, not in like a negative sense of attachment, but like someone that you're bonded with. You know, in your future, you have intimate relationships as well as like healthy relationships. But yeah, that's what I've got in regards to that reading. Thank you so much, Becca, for your donation. You guys, like, everyone that's on my list tonight, you guys are just like loyal AF, and I just appreciate it that you let me be the one to do the readings for you. Even if you're getting readings from other people, like, yeah, but you come back to me and I appreciate it a lot. Oh, I speak, you need relationship advice. I know that money's tight for you, girl. Hold on one second for me. Hold on one second. Sorry about that. I got a call. Hey, Jennifer, I am still taking donations. About to close my list. Rising Storm, whenever you're ready, you can post your question. I'm rooting for him too. He just needs balls to approach. I've been getting a lot in my ratings. Oh, okay. For whatever reason, I'm like seeing things a little late. I am sorry about that. But I am happy to hear that, Becca, though, and that it's resonating. And I was like in the middle of telling you something that I know that you are kind of like watching your funds and things like that. I am doing a lot of giveaways this month. Like last night I did a giveaway. I did one tonight. Mo and Liz are actually in here. They won. I'm not going to necessarily do it every day in December, but just because it's like, you know, the month of giving, I want to like give back to you guys for being loyal to me, following, staying a subscriber, all that good stuff. So those giveaways will be like Easter eggs. They'll be hidden on my channel, like in maybe the community post or the comment or the description of the stream that I'm on, things like that. So just kind of keep an eye out here periodically. And especially when I go live, check the description just in case there's something in there and an option for maybe winning a chance at that giveaway. You're welcome, Rising. I saw James today, so I decided to smile and wave. He did the same back. How did he feel? Jennifer, if you're planning on donating, please let me know if and when you did. I'm about to close the list, so you would be the last one. After Liz, we have Philomena confirmed. And maybe Jennifer, but I'm not sure just yet. I saw James today, so I decided to smile and wave. He did the same back. How did he feel about that? Ooh! That makes me happy. You feel like you're seeing him more than you have in recent months? Rising, you have this influence over him that he just cannot shake. There's this impact that you have on him and his thoughts, and he's just like, what the hell is this? Like, oh my gosh, there's a card peeking out underneath. What the? Oh my gosh, and this one too. Okay, so that's making me feel like there's some like maybe some hidden things, hidden feelings that we're definitely not expressing. We're definitely not coming full out communicating that. But in regards to you, it's like your presence is very enchanting to him. Benjamin, you've got it. I'm going to save your question. I'm going to put you at the end. What I do is I call on you when it's your turn. If you're not here, I put your reading at the end and I timestamp in the comments so you can come back to it. James feel. I felt so dumb smiling and waving. Oh my gosh, it's like a high school movie where you just like say something and then you're just like turn around and you like smack face palm and you're like, what did I just say? Like, what did I just do? Thanks, Kendra. So I do feel like there was like a pang of like bittersweetness with the interaction. And what I mean by that is like he was really happy. He loved it. Like he felt almost seen in a way that that he hasn't felt in quite some time. I don't feel like he feels acknowledged a lot of the times. Thanks, Kendra. I feel like he is in a place where even in his, let's just say, the connection with the ex or with his family or whatever, like I don't feel like he truly feels seen. No one seeks out to acknowledge him. It's more like an expectation. And it was like you specifically took time out of your day to like acknowledge him, when a lot of times he feels probably like the world's just passing him by, that like nobody notices him. You know, I think sometimes when you have been around someone for so long, you can start to feel like unless that attention's being given, that maybe you're being overlooked or taken advantage of. And I feel like a lot of times he feels that way. And so it was just some type of like pep in his step that made him feel so much lighter, so much happier. The High Priestess, I'm sorry, you're late. We already got a winner. I always get those selected after the free list. I am so sorry, but you'll have another chance. So the reason why I say bittersweet rising is that even though he feels those things and felt those things today, it was like, now I've got to go back to life. You know, like now I've got to go back to this, and like what if I don't see her again, you know, or when is the next time I'm going to see her? And also like desiring more to have happened, maybe more communication. I personally am viewing this as these are nice steps. You know, we're working towards that friendship foundation. We're not forcing anything. Nothing like significantly crazy is happening. We're definitely in a place where like we're being consistent, and hopefully you start to see each other more as well. But from his perspective, I can definitely sense a sadness because he was maybe hoping to like or start a conversation, even if it was a little bit of small talk, or maybe he's thinking to himself like, I wish I had knew what to say, you know. So he might be going through right now going, okay, if I see her again, like this is what I'm gonna say, you know. I think he's just trying to kind of rehearse a little bit. There was a sense of satisfaction though with this. The justice card I'm reading quite literally. Like, yes, like she's noticing me. Like I got it. Like I got that justice, you know. Like I feel like what I asked her to do is paying off. Like she's actually acknowledging like my efforts to maybe like approach her or like start some kind of connection with her. He was in the van with his friend and I was in between my door waiting for my daughter's bus when I waved and smiled, but when he got out of the van, I get nervous and ran upstairs. Oh, don't get nervous. It definitely feels very childlike, you know, like when you have a crush on someone, you like, I can kind of see it. And maybe that's why I was thinking, oh, it's like, you know, a high school movie. That's kind of like what I'm getting is like when you guys get like nervous and giddy and you're constantly like, oh, what a dork. Like, why would I do that kind of thing? And like, it's very cute and very sweet. Like what you guys have going on right now is really adorable. I will say that he's putting a lot of thought into this. Dare I say, as much thought that you're putting into it. So don't stress too much about it. He feels like things are on track. I think that what he's hoping for is more interactions with you, where even if it's just a smile and a wave, or hey, how's it going? Good. How are you? Good. Okay, well, you know, see you another time. Like, even if it's just very simple like that, it's like he's hoping that they become more frequent and like they have, you know, they happen more often, because I feel like he's trying to build this exposure with you and maybe create some kind of unconscious habit that you guys are going to constantly run into each other. So that way, maybe something more can come from this. I definitely see him wanting to take baby steps. Did he smile back at you? Plus, I saw his ex car parked too, so I was aware that she was there. Oh my gosh. I'm glad that you smiled and waved. I think this was definitely a good call. So we have the end of a difficult situation, the time in which you were probably in no communication feels like it's starting to simmer down, and you're starting to amp up more connection, more communication. Be aware, Rising, that the more you guys connect here in the 3D, the less you're going to understand his thoughts in like psychically. The only time that doesn't happen is if it's like an actual twin flame relationship. You like, even if you meet in the physical, you still will have psychic connections to them. But I feel like with him, I just want you to be aware that that's a possibility. Hold on a second. Please, can you not? Can you just be good? My cat just wants to get into everything at all times, all the time. So the more that you connect with him here, and the more you like have conversations and interactions like waves and things like that, you might get less and less psychic information. So that's just a message. I don't know where that came from, but that's just what Spirit wants you to know. This is a recovery mode as well that he's in. Like I said, you give him hope and things feel more playful with you. He likes that a lot. So he's trying to work through his BS that he has going on. I think that the more you're integrated into his life, his day-to-day life, even minimal interactions, the more that he starts pushing out the things that aren't serving him. So let me pull out the little charmies for you. So a song that is coming through for you right now is one of my favorite bands ever. They're called the 1975. they're getting a lot of recognition now, but trust me, I was here since day one. But there's a song called Caroline, and obviously that's not your name, but look up Caroline by the 1975, and I feel like that's what's playing for your connection right now. Later on today, after the encounter, I needed to go to the store, and he was standing there, and he looked nervous. I said, "Hi, how are you?" but kept walking because of the X. Got you. So it was like, "Hey, how you doing? How's your day?" I got it. I understand. You definitely don't want to put yourself in an awkward place, but just getting that acknowledgement, it makes him feel good, because I feel like a lot of times his opinions, his thoughts don't matter to her. Kendra, did you want to be next? You're next on the list. I don't know how long you planned on staying here. I can get to you, unless you wanted to be last. I know sometimes you ask to be last, so just let me know. But if you are next, please go ahead and post your question. And then Rising, I am ready for your second question as well. Okay, that sounds good, Kendra. Are you something about me? What? Something about you that's resonating for me is that you are very much I want to be very natural. I want to be comfortable. You definitely know how to polish up, right? What's that expression? Clean up. You clean up well. You definitely are super, super attractive, and you're able to enhance your natural beauty very well. But I feel like you have a very low maintenance style, I would say. I feel like I'm getting either he's saying you look so beautiful, all natural. There's something here, but it's I don't know if are you presenting yourself more put together lately, knowing that you might see him? Are you just still kind of doing the same thing? I'm not quite sure, because there's lipstick here, which is making me feel either he's saying you just have this natural beauty, or maybe he's noticing some changes, or I don't know what this is, but I'm just throwing it out there. Lipstick also signifies to me that he wants to kiss you, so there's that. You're so low maintenance. There are definite changes that he is ready for, that he wants. We have Gemini, the twins, intelligence. Either through just naturally picking up on the type of person that you are, and or maybe things that you have demonstrated to him. He feels like you're really smart. He feels like you have a good head on your shoulders. You carry yourself well. You probably know a lot about something that would be very surprising to him. It may even be the way that you carried yourself when you were helping him fix the problem. Maybe he was just wow, I'm impressed. So there's that as well. Oh no, my God. So we have the little music note. I remember I was just telling you, listen to that song that I told you about. And I feel like Caroline by the 1975, you need to listen to that song. Something about the lyrics, there's something here. It may not be your style of music, which is fine, but it's something about what he's saying. Plug in your name into the spot that says Caroline, and see if like this feels like him, because for whatever reason that song's coming through during your reading. Yes, kinda feel like I have to look decent, but I have been thinking about doing my hair at least. Definitely do it. So he's viewing you as a siren. You are a seductress to him, and he feels like you are dangerous, that there's a risk, an inherent risk when it comes to you. But he's very seduced by you, and he feels like he wants to chart those uncharted waters, you know, like he's intrigued. He's very much like drawn to you in a way that kind of scares him. There also is long hair on this little mermaid here, and so I feel like he likes it. You have long hair, right? He likes it. Whenever I have the avocado, I'm also like, you're that something extra. You're that thing that's adding spice to his life. You're that something that's just making it like just the best. You know, it's taking his life to the next level. But it also makes me feel like it's something that he's totally fine taking the extra step to get to, because as they say, guac is extra, and so he's totally willing to pay that money for you, girl. Like, he's totally willing to put in that effort to get that guac. Like, that's how I'm getting that. He's trying to be in a place where he can be more open with you. We have the heart on the sleeve. He's definitely thinking indulgent thoughts. So the sexual chemistry is coming through again. And the acorn forever will remind me of New Girl when he says, "You're the nut, I'm the squirrel, winter is coming, I'm gonna store you in my cheek, girl." So something in there about you where he wants to hold on to you, he wants to store you away, he doesn't want to let you go, like you're a treasure to him. And winter is actually coming, so there's a cleansing and or a clearing here within your connection. We also have travel with the plane, but this can also talk about more communication happening between you guys. I feel like he really is trying to figure you out. You know how when people look into a glass ball or in a mirror and they, what is it called? Are they scrying? Is that what it's called? When you're trying to foresee the future or whatever, or like try to get information. It's like he's trying very hard. I don't think he knows what he's doing. I don't think he's actually scrying with like a ball or a mirror or something, but I think he's trying very hard to focus on your connection to see if he can maybe figure out what's going to happen next or manifest what's going to happen next. And he does view you as someone very resilient and pure, and something that needs to be protected. I don't know if it was you yesterday, but we have the word trauma here. We have right. It just feels right. We are aligning. We also have cuddle. We have laugh. Remember I told you he wants more like lighthearted, happy moments. We have confidence, which is how he's probably viewing you. And we have trauma and disagree, which is interesting. And just for kicks, let's pull a song. I've already given you a song, but let's see what else comes through for you and James. Oh, this one just shot out at me. Oh, all-time low, monsters. That could give you maybe a little bit of insight of what he's going through. Oh my God. Oh my God. Rising Storm. Listen to this shit. I just looked up the lyrics to this song. One of the things that he says in this song is, why do I run back to you like I don't mind if you fuck up my life? That's crazy. I feel like he's going like he's having issues with this ex, right? But I think that that specific line jumped out at me because I said that you were like the siren. You were like the inherent risk. And he's like, I would let her fuck up my life. But at the same time, I do feel like this song also talks about the situation that he's in. Maybe give you insight as to what he's experiencing with this other person. So definitely look up the lyrics to that song as well. For whatever reason, I have a paper message in my songs and it says time. And I'm just now noticing that, so I'm going to give you that one as well. One more time, we're going to hold these up close. So in case anything else comes through to you, that's a little reindeer. And then we have a bell, a lotus, airplane. Okay? So we're going to move on to your next question. Oh my God, oh damn, I will. Definitely. I saw James today, so I decided to smile and wave. He did the same back. How do you feel about that? Oh, yes. I actually have the second question. I have, can the ex-girlfriend sense his interest in someone else? Or is that something is off? First of all, intuitively, I'm going to tell you yes. And I think, honestly, he knows it's you. Or she knows it's you. Or she has her suspicions. But we're going to dig into it and see. She's definitely insecure, but I think that she's so cocky and confident in her hold that she has on him that she's like, it's bothered but unbothered. I don't really know how to fully put that into words. She doesn't necessarily like it. It's definitely something that's like a pest to her or like annoying to her. But I think that she feels like so confident, you know, in whatever that they've got. Is Mo in here? Does the ex-girlfriend sense that rising storm? No, that's not the question. Does the ex sense that James's interest in someone else? Can the ex-girlfriend sense this interest that James has for someone else? Can the ex-girlfriend sense that James's interest is in someone else? Can she sense this interest that James has in someone else? Nothing but yeses here. Just a bunch of yeses. Mo, so for you, I'm going to do the mini reading. So that means that I'll pull 5 cards and do like one of the, mini reads like I was saying. Sorry, I lost track of what I was asking you. But I wanted to know if you know what your question is, if you can go ahead and post it, because you're after Kendra. Ooh, okay. She has delusional confidence in the integrity of their relationship. I'll say it again. She has delusional confidence in the integrity of their relationship. And what I mean by that is that she is in denial, or she is just delusional. She's just not fully like seeing what's happening. She's very confident in their connection, and the integrity of their connection is very weak right now, but she thinks that it's strong. The Strength card is in reverse. So she's almost either being ignorant to this situation, she's being naive to the situation. She's not putting much weight or emphasis on the fact that she can sense that his head would turn, only because she doesn't think, one, he would do anything about it, and two, she feels like she has something that constantly brings him back. And maybe that's been true. Maybe that's been true in the past. But I do feel like there's a shift happening, and she's going to be completely blindsided by it. Like, she feels like they're good. The Four of Fire is here. Like, she feels they're good. And you know what they say? Expect the unexpected. Like, when you feel good and when you feel safe, you're not. There's something going on. No, that's not how you want to live your life. But when you're playing games going to be played on you. And I feel like she has not been the best partner to him. And so she's just reaping what she sowed at this point. She's like so positive. She's very positive about their relationship. Like, I don't think that she thinks that there's any weak links. Like, she knows there's been issues, but I think that she just feels so good that she doesn't think anything's going to happen. She's delusional. Something else about her is that she's very judgmental. Forgiveness, compassion, empathy, things like that are not her strong suit. And I think that's going to maybe be even her demise, because unfortunately he feels unseen by her. He feels unheard by her, unacknowledged, and maybe even a little bit taken advantage of. And I think that that's really going to be the downfall of the connection. I really truthfully feel like she's going to be completely blindsided by this. I think in a way he's already like severing the connection. Mo, I have your question. Thank you. It's almost like, you know that expression when they say, like, when men break up with a woman, like they're free, whatever, and then they go through their like mourning, so to speak, like a little while later. Some men, depending on their feelings for their person, might feel that sadness sooner. But women, when they leave a relationship, they have broken up with that person long before the actual instance is that they break up. Like, if like a woman breaks up with someone, they have been unhappy for a long time. They might even have been unhappy for a year. or 3 months or 5 months, and they have given that person so many opportunities to change, and they didn't, and they have come to terms with it long before the actual breakup that they are breaking up with this person. And so while it might be sad to them, as long as they're the one doing the breaking up, they're fine immediately after, because they have had time to digest and process this. And while it's sad to them, I'm sure they were hoping it would turn out differently, they've broken up long before. So why I'm bringing this up is because I feel like he's the feminine energy in that situation. I feel like he has given her chance after chance after chance after chance, given their relationship so many chances, you know, giving opportunities to change or to make this better and whatever. And I feel like he's like already mentally checked out of this. And I think he's just waiting for the opportunity to just go ahead and call it. Like, case in point, he's not happy. Like, just from everything that I'm picking up on, he is not happy. And I'm actually getting chills, so I feel like that's confirmation. She's very immalleable, if that's the correct terminology. She's not flexible. She's like unable or unwilling to be flexible, accommodating, compromise. It's like her way or the highway, and I think he's just over this. And I feel like they're getting to a point where now he was trying to, at one point, assert his dominance and say, like, look, this is what I want. Like, we need to come to an agreement because it can't always be what you want. And she's like, the fuck it can't. And so he's getting to a point where he's like, you know what? We're not happy. Neither of us are happy. It's like a stalemate here with the two of air. She's pretending like there's not a problem. So, does she know about you? Yes. Does she care? It's annoying to her. It's a pest. But she's very delusionally confident in the integrity of their connection. Aw, Andrina, that's sweet of you to say. Thank you. All right, so let's get your charms because you donated for little charmies. Do you want me to see what she thinks of you, or what would you like me to do? Would you like me to kind of follow suit with the question that I asked? Yeah, it's definitely like, it's toxic, and that's a hard place to get yourself out of, but I feel like he is working through it. Ooh, I see the chain. I feel like the chain might come out. Like, what's it called? Like, negative attachments to someone, or codependencies. Sorry if that was loud. Okay. Because I forgot to mute it. Okay, so there are secrets in their connection, in their relationship, and his feelings for you is something that he has not made her aware of. I think, obviously, she suspects it. And I think, honestly, he doesn't go out of his way to hide you from him, but he does like to play it off just like, oh, yeah, like, she's my neighbor, you know, where he's still thinking things inside about you. And I think that she's just taking what he says at face value. Oh, you're sweet, Kendra. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I do. Oh, wow. This is like a little witch. And while I feel like I'm pretty witchy, it's not clear at all. I don't know if you're going to be able to see this. While I feel like I'm a little bit witchy, I think it's my focus on my camera. Well, anyways, it's a little baby witch. This particular interpretation is making me feel like she's a B word. We have a little baby foot. Children involved. He feels like he has to carry it all on his own. The little seahorse's masculinity. And, you know, like one of those fun facts that I feel like a lot of people know about seahorses is that they carry the pregnancy, you know, they carry the baby. And he might feel like she doesn't contribute as much as she should. I feel like he feels like he has established a long history with her. And so it's difficult for him to maybe move away as quickly as he probably knows that he should. And I'm getting that from a couple of these different charms, but mostly from the banana and the cross, believe it or not. I feel like it's taken a long time for them to get to where they are. Peel back the layers, so to speak. And also, I feel like maybe their lives are very much intertwined. You know how like religion can be really important to people, and it could be like a significant thing in their life and a major role in their life, something that they're very dedicated to, and it's like an integral part of who they are. And I feel like they have so much history that that's kind of the similarity that I'm getting, is that it's taken them a long time to establish what they have right now. And so it's not necessarily something that wouldn't be jolting, that they would like just be fine walking away from if they did. So I think that that's maybe part of the reason why it's taking him so long to work his way around this. I think that she very much believes in their connection with the elephant and the believe token. She feels like there's strength here. She feels like they're meant to be. Like, I don't see her ever feeling threatened. But she does have some, what's the word? What's the expression? It's like a harsh reality. Like, she does have some enlightenment coming to her here that she needs to realize about herself and about the connection. Oh, she has a baby boy. Like, I truly see herself as like being the soul feminine to him. Whenever I have this token come out, because I have one in green, I have one in blue, and I have one in like this pinkish salmon color, it just means that there's like a very strong feminine energy. And if we're talking about this reading, then it could mean that she feels like she's the one and only and the main person in his life. Feminine energy in his life. Sometimes with the footprint and this, you know, I might put like baby girl together. I know that you said baby boy, but I just want to throw that out there. It may resonate at some point, it may not, but that's something else I was seeing. So the snowflake can talk about impermanence. There was something else here. Maybe it was in the last one where I was talking about transformations and changes. But this snowflake here can talk about transformations and clarity, but it can also talk about something being temporary, something being fleeting, and the impermanence of, because you know snowflakes melt, right? So something that's short, that's like doesn't last long. And what I said is that they don't have a very stable connection with one another. Their relationship is weakened, right? And so I'm kind of picking that up for that one. And then let me pick up some paper messages. She has a baby boy. She just gave birth. So this could signify, if you think about it too, the maternal figure in the baby's life, right? The feminine energy in the baby's life. We have nice, we have strong-willed. We have uncertain. Soon. That's a big word for this connection. We have hair. Interesting. Because we were just talking about your hair. Outlook. Extension. I'm also like viewing extension as like extensions, like long hair. I don't know. That's a weird message to come through. But I feel as though, like I said, they're so integrated into each other's like day-to-day life that it very much feels like he's an extension of her. Like she just doesn't really see herself going through life without him around. So that is what I've got for you, Rising. Thank you so much for your donation. Kendra, I am ready for you. Mo, I've got your question. And you'll be after Kendra. I think I forgot to tell you, Scorpio, Aries, Pisces, and then on the back we have intuitive, courageous, and passionate as well. I was viewing Scorpio as like hidden secrets, things like that. Oh, you said that you posted your questions. Okay, let's see. What's the charm thing I didn't realize? Does it come with a BOGO or is it extra? I see Kendra already answered your question. So yes, it's an extra 5. It's an extra 5 per question. She does have long hair. Crazy. I'm like, yes, of course it resonates. Of course it makes sense, because why wouldn't it? But sometimes when things like that happen, like specifics, you know, specific facts or specific information that comes through, I'm just like, that can't be coincidence. Like that has to be, and it just blows my mind. You're so welcome, Rising. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your donation. Asia says, you got to tell me how Thanksgiving went soon. My Thanksgiving, that was hectic, let me tell you. Really quickly, we had like my whole family over and then my fiance's whole family over. Everyone that could make it, obviously, from both sides of our immediate family. And we were cleaning our house from like the time that I started cleaning at 10:30 in the morning on Wednesday. He got off early at like 1:30. We were cleaning from that whole time until probably 8 o'clock on Wednesday night. And then we were like exhausted. And I was like, all right, like I'm done for the day. Because we're setting up, we got decor, we've got Christmas decorations going. We're going to my sister's house to grab tables and things like that. It was like a whole thing. And then the next morning, I got up, started getting ready. All I had to do was make one thing, which was really nice. But I was still cooking like when people were arriving, and it was like, oh, you can put this here, you can put that there, and then we had to like rearrange everything. But everybody had such a good time. I was pretty much on my feet the entire time. My fiance was helping me a lot as well, but I feel like I couldn't socialize. I feel like I was very much the host and I was pretty much just working the entire time. But what I loved was that I feel like I had this vision for our house where our little nieces and nephews are outside playing together in the yard, and like that actually happened. And like that's the vision I had when I first moved into this house, that like we could host, we could have family over and things like that. And so it's kind of crazy when you think about how you want things to be and then suddenly that's how your life is. And so that was a very sweet moment for us, I feel. But all in all, very good. Everyone made food. Like everyone chose a dish that they were really good at making. So it's like everything was amazing. We had enough leftovers. We sent everybody home with some. It was just good. It was very, very good. It was very hard being the host, and I feel like now we're designated hosts for Thanksgiving moving forward because they know we can do it. So yeah, but Christmas will be at my sister's house. Thank goodness we're done. Yes, it was awesome. I hope you had a good Thanksgiving as well. Kendra says, why on earth is my boss remote to me romantically? He's my manager, so I know nothing can come of it. Yes, sister can host Christmas. I'm done. I'm checked out for the year. Thank you. Good. I'm glad. I'm glad you had a good Thanksgiving. Is Mo still in here? Why on earth is my boss Romo into me romantically? He's my manager, so I know nothing can come of it. So why? Why is he into Kendra? And your second question is just let it fall. Just a freestyle, right? Give me a second. This is supposed to be upright. Somehow I mixed my cards up. I really only do that with this deck, and I don't know why. Sorry about this, Kendra. I need to make sure all my cards are upright so that way if they come out in reverse, I take it as reverse. That's just my process. Why is Boss Romo into Kendra romantically? Yay, Mo! Okay, I'm gonna get to you next, okay? Thank you for holding on. Hanging tight. Ooh. This person really wants you to be into him. He really wants you to be attracted to him. Like, almost like he's putting his best foot forward when he's like, you know, commanding the room, or is like, hey guys, we need to have a quick meeting, or when he's like, we need to make sure we're doing this or that, or he's like asserting his authority. He's like specifically wanting you to notice him. Like, he really wants you to feel attracted to him. And he actually has this fantasy of you guys like secretly having this like rendezvous. I don't know, in the freezer, in the office, in the whatever. Like, he's thinking about, he likes that secrecy, that secret intimacy, the like, you shouldn't do this, like the inherent risk, you know, associated with being the boss. Like, he just really likes that element here. It's like this, the 4 of fire next to the 7 of air is like wanting that connection, wanting to take that thing to that level, but knowing that you have to like kind of sneak away to do it. You can't really do this in front of people. He feels like you're very thoughtful. So maybe you've helped him, or maybe he sees your work ethic, or he thinks that you're just very intentional with the things that you do, and he likes that. He sees that you're creative. Maybe even like overheard conversations about your acting or your talents and your craft. He feels like you're warm. He feels like you're logical, like you are only going to do things that you feel inclined to do. Like, you're sensible. You're not going to be like this extravagant person, even though you haven't like, what am I trying to say? You know your worth, but you get there and you do your job. I think he likes that you don't pay attention to him. It's weird. It's like he's like, I want her to notice me. I want her to like think I'm attractive. But something that is attracting him to you is the fact that you aren't paying any attention to him. So he feels like maybe it's the chase. Maybe that's what I'm picking up, is like he likes the idea that this is like a naughty thing. Like, this is a no-no. And then the idea of like wanting to like seduce you. Well, hell yeah. Love free food. At the very most, or very least, I mean, he wants to have like a makeout session with you. Like, he kind of wants to like just kind of grab you and like put his like arm around you and feel you up very secretly. Like, he wants kind of like this thing where it happens, and even if it's brief, it's like secrets between you guys, like no one else really knows that it happened. He just really wants you to be into him. Like, that's something that it keeps picking up. He likes the element of surprise, element of secrecy, element of chase, you know, the chase, like he almost likes the fact that he feels like you wouldn't be open to doing, like, maybe fantasy, right? Like, let's just say you in your fantasy might think that that's really hot. However, realistically, if that opportunity happened, you might not do it because you're at your place of work and whatever. Doesn't mean you don't like thinking about it or that doesn't sound good to you, but you just likely, if you were put into that position to actually live that experience, you probably wouldn't, or you'd at least think more into it. It wouldn't be like this impulsive, spontaneous thing. And if it happened, it happened. But I feel like if you had the opportunity to make the decision, you'd be like, there's something here about being more sensible. But he likes the fact that it's like a challenge. It would be a challenge. I don't know. It's almost like he feels like he knows you better than maybe he knows you or something. Like, I'm very much in his fantasies right now and seeing this interaction with you. It's like he wants to sweep you off your feet. He wants to overwhelm you and kind of make you feel like you can't think straight. I don't know. He fantasizes about this. If I were to guess based off this reading, I would say yes. Of course, this is not the question that I asked, but the very last card in this reading talks about a challenging beginning, right? And that's kind of the situation that you find yourself in right now. Is you're in a place where maybe this wouldn't be ideal, but it could be exciting. And Ace of Air also talks about clarity and moving forward in communication or pursuing something more in depth. We just have to make sure that with the Ace of Air that we don't stop something before it even gets started. So he needs to make sure that he pursues you quickly before you guys get to a stalemate, because I feel like a lot of times with you, Kendra, is it's like once you realize someone may have even slight piqued interest in you, the clock starts and then you get bored. You're like, okay, you know, it's been X amount of time, we're moving forward. And after the Ace of Air is the Two of Swords. So the Two of Swords talks about a stalemate. It talks about no one really making a move at that point. So it's like he really has to take this inspiration he's feeling now and run with it, or nothing's gonna happen. But I do, if I were to guess and say, is he going to approach you? I would say yes. But there is, again, that risk associated with the fact that he is your boss. So it might be something that has to be kind of on the down low for a little while. There's a second card here saying that he thinks you are creative as well. He likes your confidence. He likes that you're, you know, fairly outgoing. You probably have really good banter. Like when you communicate with him, you probably know how to, like, if he's giving you shit, you know how to give it back, you know, or like if he's being funny, you know how to relate to his sense of humor, and like you have quick wit. Like you just know how to be intelligently witty and funny. And I think that he likes that as well. We also have mischievous, so there could be an air about you where he feels like maybe she would give in to impulses on occasion. He thinks you're original. He likes your like uniqueness. You stand out to him. He said overwhelmed. That's what he said. He wants to overwhelm you. Yeah, exactly. You don't waste time. I'm hoping no matter whatever happens, it happens. I just don't think that is the dynamic. But yeah, I'm hilarious. He's always laughing at me. Yeah, see? Surprise him. I'm a little mischievous when given the opportunity. Well, if you're into it, let's hope he gives you the opportunity. It's more so into my energy than physicality, so it's not lustful. No, it definitely is. Of course, it's lustful because everything that I was getting and picking up on is like him wanting to kind of sneak away and like rub against you and like overwhelm you and like steal like maybe a moment of like a passionate kiss or something. Like he definitely is into you physically for sure. I just wasn't picking up on like specifics of your like characteristics, your physical traits. I wasn't getting any impressions on that. I think he just really much likes your vibe. Like that's the first thing that I wanted to say to you is like he just really likes your whole thing, like your whole vibe. I don't think that he's picky. I don't think that he would pick a particular part of you that he says he likes the most. He just likes everything. So I think that's why he focuses more on your quick wit and your banter and your personality and your essence, because like that's what's very much, I think that's important to him. It's exciting to him. Yeah, exactly. I think he low-key doesn't care about this job because he's getting his master's in chemical engineering, so I think he has passions elsewhere. Ooh. He told you he's single. Are you kidding me? Like, if someone tells you they're single, like, how obvious can you be? Like, that's just crazy to me that he would say he's not single by choice. Follow this lead, Kendra, because you're getting much more out of him in person than you have been with a lot of these people that you ask about. 27 is a very good age to meet someone, in my opinion. If they're 27, it's a very good age. I had actually just turned 27 and my boyfriend was about to turn 28. So technically when we met, we were both 27, which is weird to think because most of the time he's 2 years older than me. Or no, he was 27 and I just turned 26. That's what it was. I was like, wait, something about that doesn't sound right. You're mature, you know, you've been through a couple relationships, things like that. He said, no, I'm 27 and single. I mean, someone who's like willing to answer the question and then not only that, but like further that along and be like, not by choice. It's like, I feel like at that point, you do kind of have to read between the lines a little bit, right? Also, the fact that he has 2 dogs just shows that he is loyal, you know, he is dedicated. It's important when men, especially single men, in my opinion, take care of something. Like if they have plants, they have cats, they have dogs, it just shows that they have nurturing qualities and that they are able to be committed to something. I think that's a very important quality because it shows a level of selflessness, and dogs especially, because I feel like they require more attention. You can't leave a dog home by himself for a week. If you go on vacation, you can a cat, you know. Oh my gosh, they're so chubby. They eat well. That's so cute. Okay, so in regards to your second question, Spirit is saying it's time to buckle down and get things done. Be honest with me. Do you feel like you're doing everything you can to like make things happen? You're taking all the auditions you can, you're working all the shifts that you can. You know, do you feel like you're putting 100% your best foot forward in life? Because if so, keep it going. But the Knight of Earth is in reverse, which is making me feel like maybe you could be doing more that you're not doing. So that's just a message for you here. You do have a guardian angel around you. I feel like you do at all times. So let me make that clear. Everyone does. You do too. But I feel like there's maybe a new one or an extra one around you. That sounds perfect. You'll be open to him. I haven't done anything acting related because I've been so busy with work, but I need money. Yeah, that makes total sense. It's like a hard balance, right, Kendra? Because you're like, I need to make money, I need to audition, and I need to also like give myself some time to myself and not feel like I'm constantly doing something every second of the day. That's just how it's going to be out in LA, unfortunately. It's just the hustle is so strong out there. But maybe if you can find a pocket of time, you know, maybe one extra audition or something like that. That'll be good. Yeah. Focus a little more on that if you can. I'm not here to direct your life. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing. I don't want you to feel pressure, but so we do have Knight of Water, which is falling in love. And you had this in your other reading, I'm pretty sure. Contemplating relationships, contemplating maybe getting into a relationship is what's coming through for you. For sure. Yes, Knight of Water. I love Knight of Water. We also have the Magician here, where it says you are ready, you have the resources, the ability to manifest them. So as you're telling me the things that you have to do and the ways in which you need to get there, so like you're like, you know, I can't do this because I got to do this first, but in order to do that thing, then I got to do this thing. And that is coming through as number 15, ego, which could be like a false sense of entrapment or a false sense of feeling like you have to like do these things. Like I know that you want to come across as professional, and I know that you want everything to be just so and be perfect, and you want the right headshots and you want updated this and that. But my thing is that people who you're auditioning for, they are aware that pretty much 98% of the people that are auditioning for them are struggling actors. They know that they're working 2, sometimes 3 jobs elsewhere to try to make ends meet to get their big break. Like, they do understand that. So I feel that headshots in the grand scheme of things is not what matters. Now, if you don't have any headshots at all, like, I totally understand you wanting to get headshots. But if you have some and they relatively portray what you look like right now, no. I'm not saying they empathize with you and your situation. I'm saying that they are fully aware of the reality of what their people of who, like, you know, who are auditioning, what their life is like, most likely. Like, they're very much aware of this. So they're going to look at a headshot. Okay. Because I was going to say, they're looking at a headshot it could be 10 years old. It doesn't matter, as long as you still relatively look like that person in that picture. They don't care if it's like the most amazing, stunning photography ever, or if it's just like a basic picture of you. You know what I mean? Like, they're trying to understand and capture your essence in a picture, and also use those things to narrow it down when they're choosing the final role or a final person to cast or what have you. I just don't want you to get hung up on, oh, I can't audition until I have a headshot. Like, you need a headshot, but you don't need a new headshot, you know? So with the ego card here, it's kind of like, just keep that in mind, that you could also be thinking of excuses as well to not do the things that you should be doing right now, because you think you have to have everything just a specific way or a certain way. And I've got to tell you, headshots are like the least important thing. You want one because that's the way that it works out there. But you don't, as long as the ones you have look like you, that shouldn't stop you from, you know, auditioning. So definitely keep that in mind. Of course, like I said, you got to do what you feel is best. You know the industry better than I do, you know. Use what you have for now until you get what you really want, because you never know. Like, that one audition that you do could lead to something that puts more money in your pocket, and that money could be used towards, you know, new headshots. But you're not even putting yourself out there right now because you're too focused on needing the new headshots, when maybe that opportunity, that financial opportunity, is there for you. Auditioning costs no money at all, but it could make you money. And I think that's what you have to think of. If something costs you no money, relatively, I'm just going to say relatively, it's costing your time. But if it's not costing you anything, but it has the potential to make you something, that's what you want to be investing your time in. So just keep that in mind. I feel like that was just a divine message for you, you know? Let me see what else I've got. And, you know, you can still do headshots. Like, update your headshots, change your look, like do it all. But until you get to that point, try to utilize what you have. Because you could be like working, you know, 2 jobs to try to just get that extra money. To try to get that extra money, when this job over here, had you just auditioned 2 months ago, you would have that extra money already. It's like one of those things where it's like, you just don't know. You just don't know. And I know that you want your reputation to be good. You know, you want it to be right. And I totally get that. But I just want to open up another path for you, that it's not just this way or that way. There's also the middle option. So you have the Queen of Earth coming through for you again, underneath the Knight of Water. So what that's telling me is this has to do with your boss. So something more I feel developing here. Because this card was in your last reading regarding him. And then this talks about new relationships, contemplating a new connection, falling in love, things like that. A new person enters your life, and a relationship begins a new phase. You also may have heightened psychic abilities at this time. Your wishes are coming true. Your concerns are fading away. So we have maybe being too cautious. Well, I don't know, because it's saying being too frivolous or too cautious with money. And I know that the 4 of Earth can go either way. But to me, I feel like, you know, it could just be that we have to allocate what you have where it's important. And I know that your priorities are paying bills. So maybe it's saying, like, don't worry about all the extra stuff. Don't worry about the frilly things and all the extra things. Just get your bills paid And then whatever pockets of time you can, make sure you're investing it in why you're out there. Because the last thing you want is to be out there for a year hustling at a job because you want to be an actress, but then you realize you've been there for an entire year just to afford life and you haven't even applied it. You're so funny. I be speaking to your soul. I love this deck too. I think it's amazing. Knight of Water Queen, my boss Enrique. Yeah, that's true. I was only connecting it to Romo because this card was also in your last reading. Four of Earth is calling me out. She said, get the bills paid and go for journeys. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I was supposed to be done 20 minutes ago, so I've got to get rolling, got to get moving. We have a lot of people to read for still. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to Mo. Mo is getting a mini reading. Thank you, Kendra. True, I don't think Roma's going to do anything though, but if he did, I'd be open to it. I think that's fun. Romo's fine. You have a lot of beautiful people around you out there, and I mean physically attractive. Show me a yes or a no for Mo, please. Ooh, Mo. There are a lot of, I feel, maybe, how shall I put this? Dirty family laundry. You know, there's a lot of secrets that we're keeping through generations and things happening behind the scenes, unaware to our knowledge, reasons that we're keeping things under wraps, reasons that, I don't know. This is very interesting energy. But also some turds. Now, flat out, Mo, as a yes or no question, I am getting a yes. But it does depend on you. A lot of this has to depend on you and how disciplined and how determined you are to seek this out. So how much effort, how much time, how much money, if this is a question in regards to not knowing who they are, or you might know who they are, but you don't know how to find them, seeking out a private investigator or seeking out a DNA and what's the word? It's almost like a analyst, someone who searches your ancestry, your history, almost like a private investigator, but for family. So it has to do with the effort that you're willing to put towards this endeavor to make this happen. But I am getting a yes for you. There could be more things that you need to do research on. I don't know why I just keep getting information. I keep thinking about this show that I've been watching with Tyler Henry, and it's called Life After Death. And throughout the episodes, they're trying to find family. They're trying to find people that they didn't even know were a part of them and a part of their lineage. and they're having to like hire people to help them like learn more things that are like people that are specialized in this area. So like for whatever reason, Spirit's shifting me to that situation. And I think that it's important that you maybe take a beat and do a little bit more research or figure out if there's maybe someone more than you, someone outside of you that could help you maybe put some of the pieces together to get to that point. The moon talks about releasing fears that hold you back. Maybe you've hit a cap or a plateau or something like that. You feel stunted due to maybe you're not sure if you're ready. So just make sure that you also are 100% ready. Make sure this is something that you want and not something that you're like, if it happens, it happens. If I, by happen chance, like by whatever circumstance, like if it happens, then great. And if not, like, don't hold yourself back due to fear. Like if you really want to get to this place and you want to find this person, you have to like get outside of yourself, because sometimes, oh, maybe that's why I was getting an investigator. You definitely need to hire someone to look into him. I think you're going to get so much more insight and so much more information. Are you scared about what you might find out? Because that's what this card is saying. That maybe you haven't been able to get to the point of finding them because you're afraid of the outcome. Something here about releasing fears that hold you back from getting to this. Get your butt down. Who do you think you are, sir? It feels like an emotional thing for you. And kind of maybe a little bit overwhelming, and like you might be concerned, but also, what is this? Like it's almost like holding your breath. Like you're just not sure what's gonna come of this. But that's what I will say, Mo. It really all depends on you and your determination to uncover the truths here, because like I said, there's a lot of secrets going on. But I feel like I'm getting a yes here with the Chariot. As long as you're dedicated and disciplined and you get, reach and connect with the right people who can help you. Like I feel, yeah. That's why I feel like you might be holding yourself back in finding out what's going on here, because of the fears that are surrounding you regarding what you're going to discover. I just knew you were going to say that. I had a feeling you were going to say that. But also keep in mind too that you'll need peace in your heart. So you have to know either way. And this isn't the first time it sounds like he's gone missing. So, it's not like this isn't a pattern for him either. And that's just my half glass full advice for you on that. But I really do hope that he is okay. That's gotta be like such a terrifying feeling. Well, Mo, I don't mean to end it on a sour note. I'm hoping for you that you can just get to the answers that you're looking for. Exactly. If you found him once, you can find him again. Thanks for your patience, Mo, and congratulations again on getting that reading for free. I was like, what am I saying? What? Okay, so this is going to be for Tori. Yeah, sending you love and lights. Tori says, his feelings and intentions towards her. His feelings and intentions towards her. You're welcome, Mo. Okay, Beauty, good. I'm glad you're here because I was actually shuffling for yours. His feelings for her. Got bad news. I feel like there's more there than he's letting on. I specifically just wanted a yes or a no question. So I specifically said, like, does he have romantic feelings for her? Because I felt like I was getting some mixed stuff here, and I just wanted to know flat out, like, are there romantic feelings for her? And I do have the 10 of Cups, which is a yes. This specifically talks about relationships and being happy and things like that. I also just said unintentionally mixed feelings. So I feel like while there's more going on here than meets the eye, I do feel like he is torn about it. He does feel mixed about it. I feel like he really gets himself in these sticky situations that because he never okay, this is definitely a message from Spirit for you that you need to hear. He constantly puts himself in situations with people, but he never cuts them off. And so he constantly finds himself in these sticky situations because he never puts an end to these things. And that's something that you need to know is that let's just say this person that we're asking about right now, let's just say something fizzles out and they fall away from each other and they're not a part of each other's life for like 3 months. It was never ended on a we're done, we're finished, like do not ever contact me, it's over. It's never ended on that note. And so there's always that open opportunity for this person to come back into his life. And it's like every person that he meets, romantically, whatever, he never cuts it off. He never completely says that's it because he wants that option of coming back into their life. And so then he's got plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D, whatever. And he is feeling very mixed about this person in regards to you and the dynamic. Yeah, I mean, I believe him when he says he loves you more than anyone, but that does not mean that you're the only one. You know what I mean? Like what you need to hear from him is I love you and only you, and I am only interested romantically in you. Anyone else that's in my life is fully aware that we are just friends, or now that I'm involved with you and invested in you, that I can no longer associate myself with them. In my personal opinion, he needs to cut these other connections off. if he wants you. Like, that needs to be the biggest proof. He shouldn't have these friends off to the side. And that's just me speaking to you. That's not like a spirit message. I'm just saying it's not fair to you. If he's ever been romantically involved with someone, or they've been interested in him, or he's been interested in them, it needs to be cut off. And that's what you need to tell him, is like, that's what will prove to me. These friends, like, no, it's inappropriate, especially if he wants to further something along with you. But the message that I am getting from Spirit is that he always leaves the door open for these other people. And now this person's coming back around. He's now feeling mixed feelings, because he's like, you know, I'm trying to pursue beauty, but like, here's this other person that I never really cut off. I never really ended things with them, just kind of like fizzled out. We didn't talk for a little while or whatever. But he always puts himself in, he sets himself up always, Beauty, to be in the best position he possibly can. He sets himself up to always have best case scenario. So best case scenario, you choose him, he's with you. Worst case scenario, you don't choose him, he has someone else. Worst case scenario, they don't want him, he has someone else. Like, he sets him up always to never fail. But the thing is that's disingenuous, in my opinion. But like what I said, Spirit wants you to know is that he's never, any of these friends, he's never disconnected from them. And it never was his intention to do that. Now, if you guys get into a relationship, will he? Maybe. I'm not saying it's not possible. What I am saying is that I almost want him to prove it to you first by sending messages to each of these people and saying, I am now invested in whoever, and I no longer want to have contact with you. And he needs to, basically, everybody in his little black book, he needs to blacklist them, cut them off, and that will be like the biggest thing for you. But I've got to say, my biggest piece of advice, Beauty, is that if he's not willing to cut off his friends right now, it's going to be even more difficult if you guys got together for him to do this. Whether they're friends or not. Friends, to me, saying that you're friends with someone who is someone who you'd be attracted to is just a huge red flag to me. Downplaying it, oh, she's my sister, she's my friend, whatever. Like, no. I'm everything to you. You do not need these other things. If you need these other things, then that means I'm not good enough for you, and I'm gonna walk. Yeah. Communication is happening between them, which means they could be sending texts, they could be sending calls, they could be seeing each other, but I'm mostly seeing virtual communication. This came about a bit unexpected. I think he knew it was always a possibility, but I think it caught him off guard when she came back around. So this can mean that she approached him, or he approached her and thought that she wouldn't respond, and she did. But either way, he was surprised at the fact that they're communicating again. I just feel, Beauty, with him, you have a lot that needs to be proven to you. And I commend you for being strong, like saying that's why I won't go back. I think that's so commendable, because I think a lot of people would be weak in those situations. But my personal, like, friend to friend advice is he needs to understand how inappropriate it is to have these little side things when he's trying to pursue you, because you should be the only goal, designation, light at the end of the tunnel. It should just be you, and he should be willing to make the sacrifice. And sacrifice makes me want to vomit when I say this, because it's like, what sacrifice is it to cut this off with these other people if he wants to be with you? But he should be willing to make this sacrifice to be with you and prove to you. Like, but he doesn't. He hasn't. And like, that's the alarming thing. Yeah, so he was caught off guard. He was surprised. She reached out. Oh, beauty, I'm sorry. Do with that what you will. But you wanted to know. I hope that that further clarified what you were wanting to know. Nyasia. We also have, oh, who's next after this? Why can't I read? Oh, Benjamin. Benjamin, if you're here, please say hello. You are technically next, but I know that you left your question with me. So if you're not here, then I'll put you at the end so I can get through these other readings for the people who are actually here. So Benjamin, I'm going to call on you now. Please say hello if you're here. Nyasia, you can go ahead and post your question. Good. I'm glad. Benjamin, if you're here, please let me know. Nyasia, you can also post your questions as well. Okay, Nyasia, yay. Okay, so we're gonna move Benjamin to the end of the list. So let me do that really quickly. That's funny. So you said you stumbled on some questions, but then you asked them some questions, so you like were able to like void that out. That's funny. Debating on your second question. Okay, sounds good. Okay, how did I do on the interview today? How did Nyasia do? Like, I almost feel like it's a done deal, Nyasia. Like, I feel like I want to tell you that you're good. You're good as gold. The world here says that you did a very good job, like a job well done. Path forward. Dreamer is the Fool, which talks about a new journey, a new beginning. So you have the Queen of Earth and the King of Earth, which means you are very much balanced in your masculine and feminine, which is great because people want to see that. They want to see that you're creative and intuitive and thoughtful and intentional, but they also want to see that you're willing to be disciplined and dedicated and put action towards things as well. And those are two sides to one coin. So with your masculine and feminine energies put forward as like a match and like a good balance, that's great. It's almost like you were kind. I'm getting that you were kind twice. They feel like you're able to be logical even in faced with like stressful situations. They feel like you have a good like level-headed, like good on your head, good head on your shoulders like approach or balance to your demeanor, or maybe the way that you said you would handle certain situations if you felt kind of like you were put on the spot. I think your nerves or the way in which you answered certain questions didn't come across as negatively as you might be feeling. I feel like you're being a little more critical of yourself than maybe the way that it was taken, because I want you to grasp that what you were thinking in your head and what you were saying out of your mouth is one thing, but they were on their side of things. They were only hearing what you were saying. They weren't hearing what you were thinking and what you were saying. And I think that's why you could be very self-critical, is because you know everything you were thinking. So you could have been thinking in your head, oh my God, I'm so nervous, or how am I even going to answer this? I'm going to have to try to totally bullshit this answer, because when have I been put in this situation? Or when would I even be able to relate to their question or whatever? But the things you were saying, the things that were coming out of your mouth is the only thing that they heard. They didn't hear the uncertainty or the nervousness or whatever was going on in your brain. So like Spirit's directing me to understanding that they only heard what you said, right? And your composure. Like they didn't hear what you were thinking. And so from their perspective, it went a lot smoother than what maybe your perspective was. Benjamin, yeah, I'm sorry you did. I had to put you at the end of the list, Benjamin. I'm so sorry. That's the other thing I was going to say, is that they feel like you would be someone who would be lucrative for the company. You said you want to be a top performer. That you would be a top performer. So they're very much inclined, and that speaks to them, that appeals to them. So Benjamin, I have your questions. What I can do is timestamp it in the comments for you when I'm done here. I'm almost through my list. So if that would be easier for you, we can do it that way, or you can wait. But, some people are in and out, and I don't want people to feel like they've got to just sit in here for hours and hours when they've got a life, So I feel like this is a rewarding situation for you. We have the 10 of water at the bottom of the deck. This feels like everyone's kind of on the same page. Like, that's why I want to say like it's a done deal. Like, I want to say that for whatever reason, this feels positive, and this feels like it's solidified who they're choosing or who they're selecting. So the wheel here at the center of your reading, and also coming below the dreamer, is is talking about a new situation suddenly moving forward and a positive change in fortune or good luck, so to speak, being on your side, things being favorable on your side of things. Your rewards are paying, or your hard work is paying off, and you will soon be rewarded. Do you feel like this is you? Have you left your last job? The Five of Earth is here, which talks about fears surrounding money. A lot of times I see this card when people have left one job and they are like kind of in this like middle place before their next job. And so they have a lot of concerns about, you know, their savings being depleted or not being set up the way that they want to be. And they're really focused on making more money. So that's why I'm like, but I don't know. Because like, something stopping me from saying that you have left your life. I don't know. I can't remember. You'll have to tell me. But just don't be uncertain about this employment. I feel like you are, or you could be. You have some hesitations here of whether or not it's going to work out for you. But things are going to work out for you. Asia, what is your next question? You haven't yet. Yeah. Because I was like, I wanted to be like, yeah, like if you left your last job. And I was like, I don't know if you realized, but I caught myself. Like Spirit was saying, shut your mouth. Sometimes, I swear to God, sometimes I'll like say something and then like I just go, actually, yeah. And I feel like it's literally Spirit just taking their fingers and just closing my mouth and being like, no, what you're thinking, that's not it. Because it just like, I feel stunted. Like I almost feel like, actually, maybe that's not true, you know? Your next question's about money. Your current job sucks. Account looking crazy. That's funny because this is actually the last card moving into the next reading as well. Your account is looking crazy, like scary crazy, or... Okay. Do I see wealth in your future? I eventually would like to start my own business, but and definitely others too. Learning about LLCs in corps and business loans. Nice, Naija. See, that's the thing is I want to have like my hands in so many things and so many businesses, but I'm like I don't want to learn. I don't want to learn about that kind of stuff. Like that sounds so incredibly boring to me. I just feel like I'm at a place in my life where I'm just like done with school. Like I want to do things that make me feel creative, and I want someone else to focus on that stuff. I have problems, but I am very impressed that you're doing all of that. Oh. Oh, dry. Gotcha. Good, good, good. I'm glad. Okay, so Spirit, do you see wealth in Nyaja's future? This is cracking me up. So the Four of Earth is here, which is similar to the Five of Earth, but the Five of Earth is more like you're concerned about it, whereas the Four of Earth is like action based, where you're like trying to hold on to every penny you have. You're very cautious when it comes to money, and also maybe because of a time of being too frivolous with money. Like that's literally what this card is. So when you said you're getting better about spending, I just laughed because Spirit's like, yes, keep saving, stop spending your money. That would be awesome, Nyaja. Maybe we could exchange a reading or something like that for that, because, you know, intellectual property is also valuable. And like you should, everything that you learned, you shouldn't just be given away for free because you had to learn it, you know? So maybe we can do like an exchange or something like that. Ooh, I feel like that card wants to be here. So let's just do it. I've got to say, I feel like Spirit's just not worried about you, Nyaja. You're so smart. You know how to like get what you want, and if you don't, you're willing to like work for it. You're willing to learn about it. You're willing to do what it takes to get there. I just feel like Spirit's saying she's worried about money, you know, but she doesn't need to be. Like this is not the area of life that she needs to be concerned about. Or having worries about and wondering. They do have. He said my cards would be making you laugh. Right now, it's important for us to spend less. We're approaching a recession. Invest and buy only what you need. Yes, for sure. I love your cards. Like you don't even know. I was like, the first night that I started using these cards, I think like for the last like 2 minutes of that live stream, I was like just telling Kendra like how much I love it and like how I feel like so immediately connected to this deck, and I'm so appreciative. Like it was such a blessing for you to get it for me. But that's such good knowledge to have, is like investing in things of value and only spending what you need. Like I've actually been looking into like ways to make my own laundry detergent, ways to make my own soap, things like that. A lot of DIY stuff, because even though it may sound like a pain in the butt to have to do it, in the long run, if it's saving me hundreds and hundreds of dollars, like that's important to me. You know, recycling is great because then you're not like wasting as much. You're being more environmentally conscious, but also you aren't filling up your trash bag as quickly. You know, it's not as wasteful. Just trying to figure out ways like to renew things, repurpose, reuse things, you know, it's very important. And so like I feel like you just making that comment about like us needing to invest, only spend what you need, we're approaching recession, like I know for a fact, like I can feel that so strongly. Bitcoin. Smart, Benjamin. Oh, Benjamin, I forgot to tell you. I never looked up that, oh my God, what did you call it? You're like, have you looked up this thing? And I don't know why I can't think of it. Oh, Vedic chart. But did you know that if you go back to, oh my God, what year is it? It's like, what is it? My sister sent it to me in our phones. If you go back to the year like 1200 or something, in October, we're missing like a whole span of time. I have to see if I can find it. And I'm like, maybe that's where that chart is it aligned with our time, because there's a whole disconnect, like a whole week that we're missing. Maybe it doesn't have anything to do with that. Honestly, I don't know, but I thought that was very interesting. Okay, so if you go to October in 1582 in your phone, you will see that there's days that are missing from that particular year in that particular month. Vedic astrology, yes, or Vedic astrology. I don't know how to say it. DIY is important. I recently learned that vinegar makes clothes just as soft and sometimes more than fabric softener. So do you use vinegar in all? Oh my God, I just want to have like a whole stream where we talk about money saving, like, I'm going to write this down. People are going to be like, this isn't tarot, but I want to have this conversation. I want to have a conversation where we talk about DIY and money saving opportunities and where to invest and all that kind of stuff. Because aren't they trying to get rid of like cash or something at a certain point? They're trying to move us to completely electronic. Oh wow, that's crazy, Benjamin. Bitcoin is genius. Okay, perfect. Thank you for the advice. So back to your reading, Naija. I don't feel at all like they're worried about you. I'm specifically getting like, yes, like you are going to have wealth in your future. I feel like, speaking of investments, as long as you're putting your money, the money that you have in the right places, you have the resources. You know what I mean? So like, just apply your knowledge, and I feel like it's just going to end up being rewarded to you. I don't feel like money is necessarily something that you have to focus too much on. You may have weaknesses in other areas of your life, but your intelligence and your money-making ability is above average. Okay, so like they're not worried about you in that regard. Exactly, Benjamin. It's scary. Like, I don't want cash to not be an option anymore. I don't want us to get to the point where we're just electronic. Because think of everything that can get taken away from you. It's insane. We should make a stream you'll totally join. Oh, that sounds fun. Maybe if we're sharing the wealth, we're just spreading the information, then it will feel like more of a platform. Like we'll all get an energy exchange, we'll all get something out of it, and we won't feel like we're just sharing this knowledge and this information just and not getting anything in return. Because everything's an energy exchange. Like I said, intellectual property is property, and you should get something for it. So absolutely. Naija, do me a favor and email me at some point, lunaaffinity@yahoo.com. It's real original, but just send me your email so that I have it and we can arrange a time to do like a live stream. I think that would be fun. The Western version of astrology was accurate when it was made, but it is off by a degree every 72 years. Damn. So it's not, like you said, it's not a lot. It's a little bit. Which card do you like? 7 of Earth and 8 of Earth? It's so pretty. I thought I was a Cancer, but I'm very emotional. Nakshatra of Gemini. Interesting. I'm definitely going to look into it, Benjamin, even if it takes me a year. Life's been crazy. But I think it's very interesting, though. I appreciate my readings. You're welcome, Naija. I'm going to read into Vedic astrology. Someone's mentioned to me before. Yeah, Benjamin comes in. He tells me all the things. He tells me what I need to know. Oh. And then above all, to say the wheel. Are you kidding me? This just talks about wealth and fortune. Okay? So we don't need to worry about that. If you like grew up maybe not so financially abundant, if you felt like everyone was kind of strapped for money when you were growing up, you don't feel like you really came from money, I think that you could have some negative associations with it. But also if you felt lack in your life, like, because like when we were a kid, when we were a child, our currency was love, acceptance, protection, safety, acknowledgement, things like that. So if you also felt like you lacked those things from your family, that was our currency. As a child, children don't care about money. They care about being seen, being heard, feeling safe, feeling loved, right? So that could also be a factor into why you may not be 100% like hopeful that you will be able to have wealth in your future, be a person of means, because when you get older, your currency translates to money. It just transforms from love, protection, safety, acknowledgement, acceptance to money. And so you could also have negative associations with money because now that's the currency that you're at, just due to like the past. So the 6 of Water talks about history. It talks about like your past life or your younger life or whatever. And so it's just important to like also be mindful of maybe if you have like a fear-based or limited mentality surrounding money, that's not yours to carry anymore. Okay, that sounds good, Naija. Okay, you got it, Andrina. Liz, are you here? Is Liz here? Here I am like, I'm only doing a 2-hour stream. And like, lo and behold, I'm over here just like talking away. Okay, so let me post donations. No money as a kid. Mom did her best though. Yeah, that was my life too. Mom did her best. Vedic is lunar. They focus more on the rising and the moon. Interesting. Joni Patry, where can I find more information on them? Are they on YouTube? Liz, you can go ahead and post your question because you're after Adrena. That's awesome. Okay. She's on YouTube? Okay, perfect. You're welcome, Naija. Have a great night. So Liz, you donated for a BOGO and you got the free mini. So your question for what can I expect this December, is that one of your BOGO questions where I pull 10 cards, or is that your mini? Good night, Naija. So can you please tell me about Mike in regards to me? Of course, not just in general. You don't want to know about him? Not just in general, in regards to me. Feeling unclear about that situationship. Okay. Liz, what does that mean? Okay, that sounds perfect. So Liz says it's up to you, whatever works best. Okay, perfect. You got it. No, you're good. You're good. You're good. All right, Spirit. So we are tapping into Adrena. How does Mike feel in regards to Adrena, please? She's feeling uncertain about the situation. How is Mike feeling in regards to Adrena? Okay, that actually fell in reverse, but I just wanted to read the cards. So, okay. How is Mike feeling about Adrena? Okay, so Adrena, this is something new. It hasn't really had the chance to reach the full potential. I know you said it's a situationship, but because you were saying that if something comes up in regards to him or information on him, you'd want to know. So it's making me feel like maybe you feel like you're not as close to him as you would like, maybe. So this person, they are definitely most comfortable in their emotions and their feelings. And what I mean by that is they make a lot of decisions based on how they feel in that moment, what they're thinking in that moment, what their gut is telling them in that moment. They can be impulsive, they can be a bit hasty, but they mostly want to follow their urges. They want to follow what feels good to them, what makes sense to them in that moment. They tend to live moment to moment, I will say. And so any time that they do spend with you, they enjoy this. It's where they want to be. You can take that to the bank, that if they choose to be with you, it's where they want to be in that moment. It's who they want to talk to. It's who they want to spend time with, because they do not do things that don't feel good to them. Now, on the other hand of that, what that could mean is that they don't necessarily know what they're going to feel tomorrow or feel next week or feel the following week. And so it's scary to them to make a decision, because in that moment they know that they feel good and it feels right, but they think, okay, but I've changed my mind before so many times, I'm fairly indecisive, and what if I don't feel the way that I feel today in 2 weeks or a month or a year? And so it's very difficult for them to commit to things. You might feel like that portrays as being very flighty. They just like to do what feels right to them in the moment. And honestly, that's a great way to live life. But traditionally speaking, if that's not the type of person or connection you're looking for something more stable, and you don't want to live like that, you want something more certain, more consistent, this may not be the person for you. I'm just going to throw that out there. In regards to their feelings for you, they feel like you're high caliber. They feel like you're someone of value. They put you above most in regards to whom they deem worthy of their attention, worthy of love. And I don't mean that in a pretentious way. I just mean that they put you above other people in their mind. And they may even put you above themselves, not in a selfless, sacrificial way, but maybe in ways that they feel like you may be too good for them. They are whimsical, they are romantic, they are charming and charismatic. They know how to get what they want. They know how to get someone to just bend at their will. They are like water. They have depth to them. They have an emotional intelligence. And I feel like they want to only show that side of themselves to a select few. They're very picky. Trying to tap in further here and see if there's, because I feel like there's another message here for you. They like being acknowledged. They like being recognized. A good way to boost their ego or compliment them in a way in which they'll appreciate and like a lot is to make them feel recognized. So this could be compliments. This could be, what else? What else do they want? I was thinking of you, so I got you this. They like to know that in their absence, they still hold meaning to someone. Okay, that's perfect. So you're getting some good insight right now. I'm telling you, like, everything that's coming through, everything that I'm getting in regards to you. Now we do have the Ace of Water in regards to his thoughts about you, is that he is developing strong feelings for you. I feel like it's a bit too soon to intuitively say he's falling in love because I don't feel like that is quite accurate. I'm not confident in saying that, but I am saying that he is in the process of growing strong feelings. I don't think he likes to really show this side of himself, but I think betrayal and mistrust is something that he will instantly be turned off to. So if he feels like threatened at all, like his emotional state is being threatened, or he feels like he can't trust you, or he feels like you're not telling the truth, he will quickly cut this connection off. I just want to say he's highly intuitive. But the interesting thing is that I don't think he puts his emotional, intuitive, like following my gut instincts personality in the front and center. I think he puts more a charming, charismatic, adventurous, march to the beat of my own drum, eccentric individual. Like, those are some words that might be what he would rather put forward than talk about his emotional depths. He may also be a spiritual person. He may not have a specific religion, but he feels like maybe there's something more out there. I feel like he could be a creative type. But for whatever reason, this relationship that you have with him is not necessarily connecting fully. But I think it has to do with his temperament and his fluctuation and his emotions and what he's feeling day to day and things like that. He's very prideful. So this talks about an uncertainty in his employment, either with his finances. Like, I hope he's not like saying he's borrowing money from you or something or giving it to him. I don't know why that thought just came through, but like, I feel like if you give this guy money, he's not ever going to give it back. So just hold on tight to your things. But I feel like he feels a bit uncertain in his financial state, his career state. Doesn't feel good to me. He doesn't feel 100% proud of what he has established in this life as far as status, as far as like his position and his career and things like that. He may be feeling like he's lacking. I don't know. There's just, for someone who's so in touch with their like feelings and what their impulses, he feels a void. Like, I feel almost like he grew up feeling like he was lacking something in his life. Something was missing, and he's just carried that with him. Good. I'm glad you're not giving him any money. I'm glad that he comes off financially stable. The 5 of Earth in reverse could talk about spiritual poverty. So I have to take this at face value because it is the 5 of Earth, which is, career, finances, things like that, talking about a limited amount or a lack. But that's why I also wanted to touch on maybe spiritual poverty or feeling like a void that he's carrying into his life from his younger life. So let me just read some messages you've been saying here. He feels secretive a bit. I had a feeling something like he's not confident about in regards to me, but not sure what. No, never. I don't know about his investments too. Maybe spiritual makes sense. That's the thing about tarot, is like, I have to interpret what I see, and then you have to try to put the other pieces together for me. It's like a collaboration here. I'm trying to see if I'm picking up anything else in regards to you. But he likes you. Like, he likes being around you. I think the one thing that like Spirit just keeps telling me is he really enjoys your company, or like he will enjoy your company, because like I said, I don't know exactly where your stage is for your connection, but he only does what he wants to do when he wants to do it. So if he wants to spend time with you, talk to you, be in your company, it's because he truthfully wants to be there, and there's no other place that he would rather be in that moment. And so I think that's very important for you to realize that, because maybe that will help with any insecurities that you're feeling, is that he truthfully only does what he wants to do. Now, is that a great partner? Is that a great companion? Is that a great like equal to you in a relationship? I don't really know. You don't necessarily want someone's going to fly by the seat of their pants unless you're similar in that way. But I will say that he very much will enjoy the time that he spends, because he chooses to spend it with you. Yeah. I'm not getting any girls either. I feel like if I saw maybe the 3 of Pentacles or the 3 of Cups, then I might feel like he's spending his time with other people. I'm not necessarily feeling that way. At the same time, that's not the question that I asked. So I do have to be clear that the cards that came out are in regards to the question you asked. Sometimes I have additional insight, but I can't say like one way or the other because I didn't ask that question, but I'm not picking up on any external things, or it's almost like when he pulls away from you, he pulls away in like solitarily, you know, on his own, isolating. Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, so let's work on your second question. You want to keep the same second question, right? Philomena, are you here? Yes, enough about Mike. Okay. I like you, Adrena. I like you because you're like, yeah, I got my answer, but let's move on. On to me. Please tell me about my travels coming up soon and on to next year. Thank you. Is this a good idea, Spirit? Is this a good idea? So I'm specifically hearing like a trip. Now, this one trip could be like a long duration, but I feel like it's like Spirit is advising against like not taking too much time off. So if you go away, for example, if there's a way you can do like a work visa or something like that where you're not spending too much time away from, what is this? I don't know. Like, I don't know why Spirit's just highlighting one trip for me right now. And it's like, I'm seeing that the one trip could be a month long, but it's like, I don't know. I don't know. So we have the 10 of Fire, which talks about needing the break and being blessed and approved, getting the blessing from Spirit that you or your guides or whatever, that you need to take a break from work. So like you get a thumbs up for that. But we don't want your life to be out of balance and we don't want you to be stressed out. The 10 of Fire coming out first. So is it a good idea? Thumbs up. But we have to be mindful of like just our life in general. So that way we're not putting ourselves in a position that we will regret later. Perfect. Okay. Because that's like the one thing that they were highlighting for me is like needing to make money while you're away. Depending on like, yeah. Okay, so in that regard, I am getting a yes, good idea. Now, keep in mind, it might be less money in certain places. It might be more money in certain places than what you would make here. but it is something that you just have to prepare yourself for those fluctuations in income. 4 months long. That's insane. So so remember when I said one trip and then I said a long time? That's so weird. That is so weird. Are you working for the same company all throughout? Would different areas be what your income depends on? Is it like a flat amount, a flat rate? It's like Spirit was highlighting one trip for me, but they were like, it could be long. Okay. You're nervous about your job and traveling. No difference in income. Okay, that's what I wanted to be clear on. This is the first time you've done it. I'm taking because you said it's a leap of faith for me. Have you already, is this already in motion? Knight of Fires here, that talks about a sudden thing that requires your immediate attention. My hope is that this is already set in motion. Maybe some things need to be finalized, but Spirit is kind of highlighting something here that think things through carefully, pay attention to something that's requiring your immediate attention. First time traveling, working with this company, it's already in motion. Okay, good, because that's what I wanted to hear. Oh my God, you're leaving on Monday. Okay, all right. So maybe that's the immediate attention. Maybe it's you're already heading out immediately. Aw, Philomena, I'm sorry. You were the last person on my list just before I closed it. I only planned on being here for 2 hours, so trust me, girl, it's been long for me too. And the thing is that we're doing BOGOs tonight, so everyone's getting 2 readings at a time. So that's part of it as well. If you want, you can leave your question with me. I always put in the comments that if you donated and you need to leave the chat or you can't hang, that you could always leave your questions with me and I can timestamp it for you to come back to today or tomorrow or whenever is good for you. But it will be done before I get off of here tonight. You're good. You're good. Philomena's been here a couple of times. She's a regular. You're very sweet, Audrina. So the first part of the trip, you're worried about the second part of your trip. I feel like you are going to be homesick. The 6 of Water is here, the 6 of Cups, and this talks a lot about thinking back on something or looking back on something. And maybe you're going to look back on this trip very fondly. Maybe this is also your higher self in the future saying you're going to look back on this trip with happiness, because the 6 of Water, it talks about looking back at something, feeling nostalgic for something and really good memories. So that could be a duo interpretation of this card, but I think that you may also get homesick while you're over there. Just throwing that out there. So this is overseas. You just have a lot of water in this reading. My assumption is because you're going, but it's are you going south or are you going west? There's just a lot of water here. I mean, not west, east. Are you in the States? I'm where are you? Where are you going and where are you? But anyways, I'm just seeing a lot of water here. It's making me feel boats, beaches. I don't know. Flying over water. Nice. I know, because even when I was like, are you here? Are you in the United States? Like, in my mind, I was like, that also doesn't seem right. I really feel like you're gonna love it, Adrina. I think you're gonna look back on this with just such a sense of pride in yourself for getting out of your comfort zone. You're gonna make so many memories. The renewal is here, which talks about like feeling cleansed, feeling healed. I feel like there's probably a part of your soul that's aching to do these things, and you just need to follow it. You need to follow that calling. I just came back from 2 years in Peru, Guatemala, Mexico, and the USA. Dang. Yes, I know I will love it. You will. Don't be worried. I feel all good things here. All good things. Just be mindful of your finances, you know, as people said, like, okay, so maybe that's why Spirit's highlighting finances then, because I keep coming back to that. Yeah. I think things are playing out the way that they're supposed to. I guess like my main thing is don't like splurge and spend like a ton of money. As much money as you can have tucked away and saved for when you return, the better, because you want to set yourself up for a situation where you're not scrambling. I can't say for sure if you're going to lose your job. All I can say is I feel good about this. And I want you to know, like, I'm literally seeing a thumbs up. So, but I also want you to be set up and prepared, you know, worst case scenario when you get back. But, you know, I'm hoping that, like you said, you still have that job. Thank you for your patience, Audrina, and waiting. Okay, so we are going to do Liz next. Liz is... Okay, Liz, we're going to do this as your mini reading. You're right about the finances. Thank you, thank you. You're very welcome. I hope to see you back here at some point. I stream everywhere, you know? You can be anywhere and you can find me. So I hope to see you back. All right, Liz. Have a good night. What can I expect this December? Maybe from the South. If you are near Puerto Rico at any point, say hello to my family's homeland. Never been there. Wish that I had been there before. I've had so many missed opportunities to go. I'm like worried it's like not going to even exist by the time that I can get there because of everything that's going on. Yes, first time was in my travels in USA. My friend recommended you. Oh, who's your friend? Oh, okay. We'll tell her I said thank you for the referral. Have a good night, okay? All right, Liz, what can I expect this December? Liz, what can I expect this December? She listened to me a lot last summer. Yeah, I recognize her name. Last summer, I was still in my apartment. I moved into a new house this week. Or this week, what am I saying? I moved to a new house this year. So she was still watching me when I was back in my old place. What can Liz expect this December? Good night. Okie dokie. In December, what are you? Also got an extra card in this, Liz. And Liz, whenever you're ready, you can post your BOGO questions. Or wait, what did you order? I know you ordered on Etsy. I'm sorry, I'm confused. On Etsy, you ordered... I'm just in like the BOGO mindset. Oh, you ordered one question, one in-depth question. Okay. So Liz, whenever you're ready, you can post the order for Etsy. And right now I'm doing the free order. So on Etsy, you ordered one question. And you can let me know what that question is whenever you're ready. Okay. So, in regards to December, you're welcome. In regards to December, what is happening for Liz? So now, Liz, is not necessarily the best time for you to make any sudden changes to your life. I've only said this, I think, to one other person for next month, but I'm getting that for you too. With the balance, which is also the temperance, it's like talking about like taking the time, don't rush, be patient, whatever, and just wait for like a good timing for yourself. So like we are going into a retrograde at the end of the year, like I think just before the new year actually. And so what I'm hearing for you specifically in December, the retrograde for you is going to start earlier. And so you might start noticing like the pre-shocks, or like what they call, kind of like aftershocks of an earthquake. You might start noticing things happening sooner for you in December. You might notice like your electronics being crazy and this and that happening. Like it just might start happening sooner for you, and Spirit saying just don't start anything new. Like don't start a new business endeavor. You can continue the things you're doing now, but like don't make any significant life changes. Don't, buy a house, don't move, don't start a new relationship or something like that. Like, because it's just it's interesting and chaotic stuff happening around you right now. So Spirit's just saying like don't make any big investments, don't make any big splurges, like don't do anything that's going to change your life very significantly. And I have got to tell you, I wish that I had this insight for myself when I made certain decisions in my life, because I do wonder if I made decisions at the wrong time. I'll have to look it up. I'll have to see if we were even in retrograde when I made life-altering decisions, because I feel like it just was not for the best. So heed that information. Take that however which you will. Let me see what else I've got going on. This is a great time to get down and get creative in December. It's a great time to tap more into your feminine than your masculine. Your masculine wants to take action, take charge, do, be determined, be strong-willed, move forward, make shit happen. Like that's your masculine side, but Spirit is saying retreat more into your feminine side, come up with ideas, make lists, be grateful, be present, draw, tap into your creative side, paint, make crafts. Like if you're a singer, sing more songs, like dance, move, get into your body. Like Spirit is saying this is a great time to check more in with yourself and do some self-inventory. This is the time you don't want to be you want to be like getting inspired at this time. So that way when the retrograde is over, you've got all your ideas, and then you can reassess at that time what you want to move forward with. When I say big changes, life-altering changes, I mean moves. I mean don't go elope. I mean don't change jobs. I mean don't make big purchases. Don't invest in things right now. Like things that could affect your life for months or years or whatever to come. Now, if you want a little getaway or something like that, definitely you can make a trip. But if you feel like you're thinking about this thing, and especially now, Liz, because let's just say that trip that you want to take is next month, but you're already thinking about it today in November, that's fine because that's a premeditated thought. Spirit is saying don't do anything like crazy spontaneous that are big life-altering decisions in December. So I hope that I made that more clear. Like basically, if you have any plans for December that you feel are big or spendy or whatever, make that decision tonight. Like just don't go into December with like all these brand new ideas swirling around that you want to act on. Like if you want to take a trip, take a day trip somewhere, that's totally fine. Get away for a weekend, totally fine. Do the plans you intended on doing, but the new things you think about in December that you want to act on, just maybe take a beat. Get more creative, get more in depth inside. The moon talks about going deep within yourself, so get more in touch with yourself, your femininity, your body, your just like all the things that are creative. Get inspired, increase your psychic abilities. Go to a you could even go to like a spa, or I don't know, just things that basically tap you more into self. That's kind of what Spirit is saying, like do more of that. So that way, if inspirations come, you'll be open-minded, you'll be ready for that inspiration. You can jot things down and be like, you know what, these are plans that I have. I'm not going to make any big decisions right now, but this is a great start. And, when retrograde is over, we'll reassess and decide if this is something I still want. Because what happens is that we make these decisions a little bit too quickly, and then we realize that we regret everything that we made, like the decision on. We're like, I don't want this anymore. 2 months from now, when you reassess, you're like, what was I even thinking in that moment? And had I acted on it, I would regret it. So yeah, something like that. We do have the Knight of Water, which talks about romance. You could be going on some dates, things like that. It specifically talks about wedding proposals, falling in love, being invited to social events, just things that you generally would see as romantic, something you want to invite a significant other on or go do with someone else who you feel romantically inclined. So you could be experiencing some of that as well in December. This is a time for you to go deeper, to heal yourself, Liz. You could have maybe just like shadow self stuff that you need to work on. Okay, so maybe that's why you're being encouraged to go more in the depths. The moon is here, which talks about important psychic insights, information that you need to retrieve, but it's going to take some work. So be in the darkness. You know what I mean? Like Mother Nature, it's dark. Like be in the depths of the darkness. Like follow, because our bodies naturally want to go deeper at this time in these like seasonal states. Like when it's more sunny out and it's sunny out longer, we want to be out and we want to be extroverted and we want to be outgoing and spend time and be outside and be with people. But in the wintertime, or what they say, cuffing season, like we want to be spending time either alone or just with very select few people. A lot of times people can get depressed at this time, so we want to like feed and nourish our mind and all that good stuff. Release the things we don't need. 3 of Air talks about like a lot of sadness surrounding your relationships in the past and the need to release that, because we're moving to the end of a situation. Just keep everything that you don't want to take with you. into the new year in this year. And it's a really good time to kind of hermit down in December and realize what's not serving you, what you want to leave in this year, and what you want to carry with you into the following year. It's a really good time for that. So that is what I have for you for December. And let's move into your next question. How is Carlos feeling? Philomena, are you in here? Philomena, I wanted to know if you're still here. You're welcome. Benjamin's here. Benjamin, if I get done with Liz's reading and I call on Philomena and she is not here, I will go ahead and do your reading. I specifically ask people throughout the chat to, like, if they're not going to be here, to leave their question with me, which you did, and I'm hoping that Philomena does or did as well, but I didn't see her question. How is Carlos feeling about Liz? Whoa. Philomena, you can go ahead and ask your questions. You donated for a BOGO, so you can ask. If you know what both of the questions are, you can go ahead and post them. You are next. I'm finishing up Liz's reading right now. How is Carlos currently feeling about Liz? Okay, so the Four of Air is turning. Which way is it turning? I gotta figure out which way it's turning. Because I'm like, is it in reverse? Is it upright? I want to say he's coming out of... If there's a place that he's been in that you've been unsatisfied with, if you're looking for him to open up to you more, I feel like he's coming out of that. Now, if he's been very outgoing and very into it and into you and wanting to talk and yada, 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 then he might be going into more of a antisocial state, because the Four of Air was like turning. It was like on its side. So you'll have to process of elimination that, but I am going to get clarification. It does seem like things are working out in your favor, so maybe he's becoming more like open with you and honest with you. I got you, Philomena. Thank you. He told you to move on. It seems like he's coming out of this like closed off. A little bit more receptive, a little bit more open. How long have you guys been in no communication? How is Carlos currently feeling about Liz? So this talks about a powerful revelation that leads to change. Time to get out there. He could have a different, what is the expression? Like he could have turned a new leaf, you know, like he could have a different outlook on this. Maybe not specifically you, but maybe just on dating in general. He could have like a different view of, I don't know, something feels more shifted, feels more expansive, more open. It almost seems like this conflict or struggle that he was dealing with at the time is like starting to shift. It's starting to turn around for him, where things are working more cohesively, synergistically together for him. Like things are just a little bit more effortless, whereas maybe at the time that you guys were talking, things felt very forced. I will say that there's a level of respect that needs to be held for him to have told you to move on. Despite what he's thinking right now, he was doing that in your best interest. He was doing that in a way to not waste your time, not lead you on. You said it felt forced, yes. Like he didn't want to get your hopes up. He didn't want to, like, you know what I mean? Like, and so there's a level of respect that needs to be held for that, because like he was honest with you. He told you like what this was. The Justice card here, like he was honest with you. He told you like basically what he was thinking or what he was feeling, or maybe what he felt was in your best interest. And so I feel like there's something to be respected about that, because a lot of people would normally either avoid it entirely or maybe just, I don't know, like let this person keep investing when there's doubts, you know? And the Seven of Earth does say a temporary pause in action. So maybe this was just a pause. Maybe this was just a break. Possibly. You know, you definitely don't want a situation to feel forced. And it sounds like that resonated for you. Respect that he was honest. Yes, I'm saying like there's a respectful note, you know, it's a respectful note here, like a nod towards his direction for not keeping you in a situation that was unfair to you. Yeah. And almost like maybe your team, your guides are like, yeah, nod to him, like proud of him that he didn't just keep dragging this along or whatever. But this does talk about a temporary pause. So, you know, is that going to change next week? Who's to say? But I feel like he's in a place where he feels better about you. He feels more organized in his thoughts. He's had more clarity because he's been able to take a step back without the pressure. There's also a card here talking about not wanting to give up. And the Chariot here would just talk about moving forward. So, you know, is he going to want to come back in your life as friends? Is he, you know, maybe want to see what what else can come of this, I'm not sure. I think that that's definitely possible. I think that's definitely a potential outcome here. But he has the 10 of Earth, and it talks about feeling stable in a connection, or maybe the desire to feel stable in a romantic connection. The 10 of Earth is not just about marriage and family and things of that nature. It also just talks about feeling good in life, feeling like everything's working out for you, feeling like, you know, you've lived a good life. You are at a point where you can just now enjoy things because you worked hard. You're feeling secure financially, romantically, emotionally, stability. All your needs are met. And I feel like he's a little bit more open, I would say, to maybe allowing himself to have hope in that regard. Yeah. He's still having trouble sleeping, which I think is something he's trying to work on. He's very stressed out generally, but this is something he tries not to let show. He feels like his life was out of balance at the time that he kind of separated from you. And so maybe, like I said, he is feeling like things are more clear. His thoughts are more organized. He's having those revelations. Trouble sleeping, yeah. He's having very restless sleep. I mean, we're here yawning as I'm saying, yeah, he's having trouble sleeping. He's tired. All right. Thank you so much, Liz. All right. So we are down to the last two people. Last but not least. You're welcome, Liz. Thanks for being here. Okay. So, Philomena, what's Joshua's feelings or intentions after our first date today? What are Joshua's feelings or intentions after our first date today? That's exciting. Oh. What are Joshua's intentions after the first date today? Oh my goodness, I'm getting so tired. Okay, so he feels hopeful. He feels positive about this. He feels like he wants another opportunity to go on a date with you. So I feel like this is definitely second date material. He feels like things are looking up. Maybe, yeah, I think he got his nerves out a little bit with this first date. He feels like he achieved something here tonight, like he overcame maybe his cautiousness, his hesitation, not to go on a date with you specifically, but I know that he had kind of some feelings about it all. And I think that he kind of was like, yeah, I got out of my comfort zone. It feels good. I feel like I, agreed to something, stuck with it, and I had a good time. He's happy that he got out there. He's happy that he met you or got to know you better. He's looking back on this fondly. So he's running through your interactions, Philomena, with him. Like, you know how when you come home from a date and you like think about the events that occurred that evening, you think about maybe if you went to dinner and a movie or like dinner and a walk somewhere or like whatever. It's like there's like a montage, like flashes of like what you guys did and what you talked about, and it's just very much like thinking about these little isolated moments as a whole and feeling good about it and like liking it and liking thinking about it. So he is, oh my gosh, I'm sorry. He is interested in a new partnership. I think that maybe he thought maybe he would be ready, but I think he's open. Is it what he's looking for? Is it what he's seeking out? I'm not getting that 100%, but he is open to seeing where this goes. I definitely am getting second date intentions here. It's sometimes he felt like he couldn't read your mind, like he didn't know what you were thinking during the date. He was feeling very worried. Like very, oh my God, is he tired? Am I tired? Is everyone in here tired? He was feeling very worried at first. Like he may have had like a little cheat sheet in his head of like if there's a silence, like what to bring up or what to talk about. But I feel like he did release these fears tonight, and I think he's feeling definitely more in his feelings. You know, he's definitely more in what he enjoyed about it. So it's like there's a relief because the nervousness is over. The first date happened. The nerves are no longer there, and so like he's able to now just look back and appreciate it for what it was, because he felt very nervous during your date, and you may have picked up on these things as well. He felt like he didn't know what you were thinking. I think he's also curious what your thoughts were of him. But I feel like this brought you guys closer. This was like another step that was needed for you to further this connection along. And he's just happy that it happened. Was there ever a point during your date where it was just like, well, what do you want to do? Or, what do you think? And you're just like, oh, I don't know. What do you think? Like, was there ever a point where like you guys had to make a decision tonight? Because there's something here with the Two of Earth talking about like needing to make a decision, but like not really sure like what to do. Or maybe you were trying to be polite, or he was trying to be polite to let you like get your input, or maybe this was about paying the bill or something. It was like, I don't know. There's just something here which is like, what do you think? Or, well, what do you think? Or what would you like to do? Like, it just was something here about like, there was this balance act. Like there was just like this thing here where almost like you guys wanted to concede to one another a little bit. Yeah, he was trying to figure out what to do because I wanted to spend more time together. Okay. Because I was like, it's almost like we were trying to think of like, but he enjoyed his time a lot. Like I just gotta keep bringing that home to you, that he really enjoyed his time. I don't think even in that statement that you just made, I don't think at any point if someone didn't want to spend more time with you, would he try to sit there and try to figure out ways to spend more time with you. He would just be like, well, I really got to go, like maybe another time or whatever. It's like he clearly enjoyed your company. And that's something that I feel like is very validating for the date itself. So he did go into this date expecting the worst, I will say. I think he was like preparing himself for like every possible way in which this could go wrong, or this could be uncomfortable, or this could be awkward, or whatever. He definitely wanted to like impress and also enjoy himself, but it's almost like until the initial nerves wore off, he wasn't able to enjoy himself until like later on, and even then the nerves came back up as well, because a lot of times on first dates you don't know how to say goodbye to somebody. It's just like it's too soon to kiss you. Like if I had just met you at work, I'd not be kissing you. Like if I had just met you at the store, I'd not be kissing you. So it's like it's one of those things, but at the same time it's like if you're feeling it, you're feeling it. But I think that like, so there was a lot of nerves towards the beginning, I would say half. And then there was like a little fourth of a section after that where he was starting to feel like less nervous and like more calm and whatever. And then like the last like little segment, it's just like his nerves started kicking up again because he just didn't know like what to expect, how to leave this off, like what. But overall, he's looking back at this like with happiness. I see like a smile. I see like certain things that may have happened where he just like, it made him feel good. He enjoyed it. Yeah, and I feel like he enjoyed you. We have a lot of air, which talks about communication, conversation. And he's viewing this as a significant event for him. He's like, this was important to him. This was a significant, it left an impression. Okay, so should I give Devin a second chance? Is he being honest? Let's take a look here. Benjamin, I am wrapping up Philomena's reading. I just want to make sure you're still in here. If you're not, it's okay. I just need to know if I'm time stamping your reading. Should Philomena give Devin a second chance? Is he being honest? And Benjamin, the questions that you gave to me earlier, those are still your questions, right? Should Philomena give Devin a second chance? Is he being honest? Okay. So you can go ahead and let me know what the second question is that you wanted to change. That Devin, Philomena. I feel like Devin knows what to say. He knows how to say all the right things. It sounds so good. I do not trust it. So what I'm getting from Spirit, Philomena, your guides are never going to tell you what you should and shouldn't do, what you can't and can't do. But is it a good idea? I am getting a no. Is he being honest? To an extent. I feel like he just wants things to change with you. He's discontent with the way that things are with you right now. Yeah. And he's like wanting to kind of swindle his way back in, and I just don't trust it. Okay, got it, Benjamin. Here's what I'm sensing is that it's really going to take you to put a stop to this, to an end to this. I think that it's important that this person knows that you're dating, that you are seeing someone, whether or not you want to continue seeing Joshua, right? But Devin needs to know that you're dating. He needs to know that you're seeing someone and that his time has come and gone. It's going to take strength within you, because I feel like even though you know realistically that this person is not good for you, he still has some type of hold on you, right? You can agree with that. Hopefully I'm making sense. So this is going to take your mental power to sever the ties that you have with this person. I think that you're getting a lot of good things coming to you in your life that don't revolve around this person, and I think you just need to keep working towards those things. I feel like, Devin is very, very charming. I feel like he knows what to say. He knows how to say it. He knows what's going to make you go, think about it, But I feel like what you need to rely on the most is the actions that he's given to you in the past, because likely that's not here to change. He likes what you do for him. He likes what you give to him. And the ego is here, which means that you're feeding his ego, right? So if you're the Queen of Earth, thoughtful, creative, warm, nurturing, a go-getter, you focus on yourself, your goals, your career, things like that. You make time for people. You are kind and understanding. Like, he likes that, and he's wanting to take more of that from you. He's discontent with the way things are. He was being rude, and I don't put up with no one's shit, as you shouldn't. Yeah, he's probably just speaking from a hurt ego. So definitely don't take it personally. But I feel like giving a second chance wouldn't be the wisest thing. I think that you know that, and maybe you were just looking for confirmation on that. Seven of Water coming above the Eight of Air, and the Strength talks about a complex decision. Stop procrastinating. Just go ahead and get it done. I feel like you're at a point of being over dwelling on this situation. Like, you're just like, I'm done with it. Like, I've already wasted too much time, put too much effort into this person, and I'm not going to be sad about it anymore. I'm not going to put any more effort into this person anymore. Five of Water in reverse. And we also have release, specifically talking about needing to just move on, needing to move forward. We're releasing the situation here. If you believe in like angels and archangels, you have Archangel Azrael here. this might be a good person to contact or connect with and ask for help with in regards to severing ties with this person, because we need to end this situation. We need to, it literally says time to move on. So I hope that answered your question. I feel like you instinctively know this as well, Philomena, because who's to say what's to come with Joshua, but I feel like you're already feeling better about this. And I think one way to realize is, if you are around an energy vampire, is how do you feel when you leave their presence? How do you feel when you say goodbye for the night or for the day or whatever? Do you feel more drained? Do you feel more exhausted? Or do you feel more energized, recharged? Because I feel like you're going to start to notice where people are being more taking from you and sucking the life out of you than actually giving back to you. And it's important that you feel recharged with the people that you're spending your time with. Okay. Philomena, thank you so much for your time, your money, your patience. Thank you for extending that towards me. I appreciate it. And I am sorry that you had to wait so long. It's just one of those nights. I'm dragging. I was only planning on being here for 2 hours, and I'm here now at 4 hours. So it's been a long night. But, you know, this is fun for me. So at the same time, I'm not complaining. I just was not expecting this. So I thought I would get through it a lot quicker. I've been doing a lot of chit chat as well, like in between shuffling and things like that. So if I were a little bit more focused, I think I probably could have gotten through things a little bit quicker tonight, but maybe only by like 20 minutes. I really don't think it would have made a huge difference. But thank you again, Philomena, for coming back here. We're going to move on to Benjamin. And Benjamin's first question is, what do my finances look like the next 3 to 4 months? So we're talking December to March. What does Benjamin's finances look like the next 3 to 4 months? Venus, have you been here the whole time? Oh my gosh, I didn't even know you were in here. Or have you been popping in and out? I hope you have a great night. Thank you for like adding to my stream and my viewers. You're awesome. Dang, thank you for the support. You're awesome. Thank you so much. Finances for Benjamin the next 3 to 4 months, December to March, December of this year to March of 2023. What are Benjamin's finances looking like? You're awesome. Thank you. It helps with my algorithm. Like, it helps if I have long-time viewers of my videos, then people aren't going in and out of the video itself. Like, it's like, I guess, how long I can hold the attention of people that are in here or something. I don't know how any of it works, but it helps. So I just appreciate it. The way, Benjamin, that Spirit is putting it is that you are going to be more abundant and more rich in means of inspiration, ideas, inventions, ways to make money, being in ways to be lucrative. But those means, that richness financially, is it coming to you in the next 3 to 4 months? So we can receive abundance in many ways. We can receive it in love. We can receive it in like higher vibrations. We can receive it in peace and contentment. We can receive it in emotional stability. We can receive it in insight, intellect, inspirations, like a muse coming through and giving us like creative, like, you know what I mean? Like there's so many ways to be rich and abundant that doesn't have to do with finances. And I feel like Spirit's saying you're more rich right now in those other things, not necessarily finances. I'm not saying it's not going to come to you, but I just feel like there's not much fluctuation that you're going to feel over the next 3 to 4 months if you continue along this trajectory. If you make sudden changes or sudden plans, it can go a completely different way if you change your mind tomorrow and do something else that might, get you to where you want to be sooner. But as far as right now, where things stand still, if you just continue doing the same things, I'm not seeing necessarily that incredible wealth coming through for you in the next 3 to 4 months. It's more like kind of getting you off your feet or something a little bit with certain things or certain projects, hobbies, things along that line. So we have like some keywords here: intelligence, decisiveness, idealism, maybe, confidence, warmth, inspiration, exciting new opportunities. I don't know. It's like something about being creative here, like, and feeling maybe more aligned, like you're working towards achieving that. You're working towards that reward, but it just isn't coming through for me for the next three to 4 months for you. I feel like you're going to be having some good times. I have happy times. It's important that you make positive and optimistic long-term plans, but you're on the right path. So as I said, it's like you haven't received it yet. It doesn't mean it's not coming to you. It's just not coming to you within that time frame that I see. Take time to carefully review your options. You're receiving creative solutions, creative ideas, and ways to get to your goal over the next 3 to 4 months. Now, with that being said, it doesn't mean I don't think that you're not going to be able to have your needs met. I feel like you'll have your needs met, but I don't feel like you're going to be overflowing in extra income. There's a note here to assert your independence and your creativity. I know that you have a desire for this to move forward faster, like at a quicker pace. You're ready for the things to just come to you. And I see that here with the 8 of water is like just the desire to get out of the place that you're in. That's so weird, Benjamin. Literally, as I'm saying that to you, I see, okay, I'm paying debt, most of which is paid by July. So I'm like, you definitely are trying to get out of this place. And that's amazing. Congratulations, Benjamin, on the fact that you're getting most of that taken care of. I am a little envious. But no. I really am happy for you. I think that that's absolutely amazing. That has to be such a good feeling. There's also a note here about searching for something more meaningful, and maybe that's where your abundance will lie in regards to your financial wealth, is if you feel like you're not doing what feels meaningful, what feels like it's fulfilling you, that may be another place to look for an alternative form of revenue, something that you enjoy doing but can also make money as well, which I feel like is kind of like, I know you're changing your second question, but I actually just happened to see what you said, and I feel like that could be maybe what Spirit is trying to say, is that this could be an additional form of revenue for you. So in regards to the finances thing, like what do they look like? I also have a thing here saying like at this time, things aren't turning out the way you would have hoped. So I'm getting another like, it's just not yet. It's not happening at this time. 5 of Earth is here, which it talks about feeling more limited than usual. Maybe because you set these goals, you've achieved these goals, or you're achieving these goals, but that means that you have to be more smart and allocate your money in other ways. So if you weren't working towards paying off this debt, right, you would have extra money to go towards other things. But now you have to spend your money more wisely because you're trying to get this paid down. So I feel like in that sense, you could feel a little bit more limited at this time. That's just a note here. I also am ending on the note here with Ace of Fire, which talks about career advancement. So maybe at some point over the next 3 to 4 months, or even towards the end of that time span, you may be given an opportunity to do something else in addition to what you're doing now to make money. Kendra Tank, are you still on? Girl, it's been almost 5 hours. I did 3 free readings tonight. And I think that was part of it, is that somehow 1 free reading turned into 3. So, and they were all for different reasons, but I think that's part of it. And then also the BOGO is like 10 cards, per reading, and people are getting 2 at a time. So it's just like one of those things where it's just, and I think I am getting such good information tonight and insight, but at the same time, I'm also like tired. So my information is coming in clear, but it's coming in slowly. So I think it's partly me. Crypto is down. What does that mean? I don't know anything about this stuff. Yeah, 5 of Cups, 5 of Earth. Bleh. Yeah. Okay, so let's move on to your second question that you changed. But Kendra, I am working on my last question right now of the night. And I know Benjamin's been waiting forever, but I love ending it on Benjamin because he like leaves everything on a good positive note. Oh, okay. So we're changing it again. A spirit-led message. Oh, Bitcoin's down, crypto's down. Gotcha. I think next time, if you want to do 2-hour stream, only do mini readings. Don't do BOGO. BOGO's when you have to stay all day. Yeah, you're right. But at the same time, I guess I underestimated how many people would want to donate. So that also caught me off guard. And I also was not expecting to do 3 free readings, because that right there is like 25-30 minutes as it is. But I'm grateful. I'm grateful for the night. I'm grateful for what has happened, what has transpired. I just had to make different plans. Yeah, I think you're right that the BOGOs do take longer. I can whip through some $5 readings pretty quickly. I know. I feel so bad. I feel like I'm constantly turning people away, and I'm like, I don't want to turn people away, but I'm tired. My voice is doing better tonight, which is good though, because I'm not really struggling as much as I was last night. Okay, Spirit. Benjamin wants a spirit-led message for the second reading. Yeah, like last night technically I turned 3 people away, but Beauty ended up donating, and then she said I could just do her reading later, but I had to turn, and it, like outside of that, I had to turn 2 other people away last night because I had closed my list because I couldn't talk anymore. And then tonight, Jennifer, I think, wanted to do a reading, and I didn't get to her as quickly as like maybe she was hoping that I would respond, but also I was just about to close my list, and I did that to her last night, and I feel bad because she keeps trying, Jennifer Milos, she keeps trying to get a reading with me. So yeah, but I'm still here. Okay, Spirit. Benjamin is looking for a message from his guides. He wants a spirit-led message. So please let us know what it is that you want to talk about. What does he need to know? Okay, so the 5 of Water is making an appearance again, which makes me feel like we're leaning more towards talking about it's almost feeling like a disappointment on an emotional level, okay? So water, as we know, speaks to emotions, speaks to feelings. It also speaks to the connections in which basically every emotion that comes through, but we typically think about it as romantic feelings because a lot of times that's what we're asking about. But this could be emotions on any spectrum. And it specifically says like things not turning out the way that you hoped. So that's a message that I got for you from the last reading. But it also says not seeing the positive in the situation or being upset about something that you can't change, or maybe not getting over something that you weren't able to change, not being able to move past that. Don't feel bad. Do what you gotta do. You always come back. I do. Hey, Eliana. Oh my gosh. Hi. Yes, I'm still on. I keep telling people, I'm like, it just did not go tonight the way I was expecting, but we're being grateful. So we have the need to... Oh no, the 5 of Water has been around you for over a year. You got some inner work to do. So the 4 of Air, it talks about needing some time in solitude, but making it count. So Benjamin, you may go, oh, time in solitude, like I always spend time alone. I don't know what your life is like, but I almost hear that thought that just came through, like I already spent enough time by myself. But it's more like making the time that you're spending on your own count, making it worth something. So we're not talking about just spending time alone and like scrolling your phone, watching TV, playing video games, like whatever. We're talking like actually trying to be proactive about that time spent, meditating, cleansing ourselves, taking like an Epsom bath, like relaxing, enjoying, resting, journaling, things like that, things that are going to nourish your soul. Yeah, I think that would be really good. I actually like think hypnosis is like the coolest thing, but also like the most terrifying thing that someone can do. So I support it wholeheartedly, but I'm also like, I don't know if I'm at that place where I want to know everything that is like underneath everything, you know? Like, do I want to uncover that? Do I want to unearth that? But here I am promoting it for you. Because I think that it's important. I honestly want you to like discover, why is that 5 of water surrounding you all the time? You know, why is it always coming up in readings? Change your routine, change some patterns. You know, it's important that you do that. Okay, do what you know is right. That's what I'm hearing. So you are, it's almost like you're, oh, that's so weird. Okay. Okay, that, I'm going to explain something to you that I just got shown, and I think that it's very, very bizarre, but okay, so you know how like we are a soul within a human body? I'm almost viewing your soul trying to ascend out of your body, meaning like spiritual growth, but your physical body is grabbing onto your soul for dear life. Like, no, you're not going to grow. You're not going to spiritually ascend. I forbid you from leaving me. Like, it's like your ego is trying to be shed, and it's like, you know that it's what's good for you. And you know it's what needs to be done, but your ego is having a very hard time letting it happen. And it was just like the weirdest image that I just got. But it literally is like, I see a silhouette of a human, and then I see like a soul trying to ascend. And again, this is figuratively, but this is the image I'm getting. And it's like the person's like, no, like, you're staying here with me. And it's very interesting. Because I sense with you, Benjamin, that you know what you need to do. You know what's good for you, but it's like there's a part of you that's like not ready or willing to do these things, but you know that it needs to be done. So it's like an inner battle that you have with yourself a lot of the time. So bottom cards give more meaning to top cards. So I like to view it as underlying energy and or internal and or subconscious, and external and or external and or conscious out here. An outline. So both, it to me is important, but this is underneath the deck. To me is more what's going on within your mind and what like needs to be shared, what needs to be said. These are the things that are known to you, but the things underneath are the things that maybe aren't, or the things that are hidden, or the things that you really don't want to pay too much attention to. But I feel as a whole, the whole reading has meaning, and it's important that you see things from both perspectives. Oh, I see what you're saying, Benjamin. I see what you're saying. You're not talking about the underlying energy. You're saying that the bottom cards give more meaning to the top cards. So a lot of times, yes. To me, I'm so sorry, that was confusing. I was like, wait, is he talking about the underlying energy? A lot of times, yes, for me, because I think it's important to read cards together as a whole to tell a story. What is important? Why is this next to this, or why is this underneath this? And so when I read, I call it scanning. I scan to see if there's anything standing out to me first that needs to be mentioned, and then I start going individually down the line. And then once I get to the bottom of the deck, I start seeing associations. Okay, well, if this is next to this, then that might mean something. If this is aligned with this and this is the center of the reading, that might be the heart of what needs to be done. So like the way that the cards are associated with each other a lot of times holds meaning for me as a reader, but I don't think people always read like that. I think that's just the way I feel connected to receive the message. So I hope that makes sense. So for instance, the 4 of fire underneath the release might be what I was clairvoyantly receiving in regards to you not wanting to ascend, because it's like your soul wants contentment, it wants peace, it wants abundance, it wants a happy life, it wants success, but your body is just like struggling to release it, you know what I mean? And so like that could be the center of the reading, is it's just like, you know what you need to do, you know what you want, but you're having a hard time getting to that point. The release card in traditional is Judgment. You have some information here with the 9 of Swords. How do I interpret these 2 cards? Let me see. Well, I see ego surrounding your desire for being content, being at peace, being happy. I see a lot of struggle surrounding that, right? We have 4 of air, we have release, we have 9 of air, we have ego. The only thing that's like a little bit positive here in regard to that is the Knight of Water. But to interpret the last 2 cards, okay, so we have ego, which is the devil, and we also have the Empress. So much of this reading is telling me that you're having an inability to expand and to grow. The Empress is quite literally growth, okay? So the Empress can talk a lot about pregnancy, it can talk about birthing new ideas, it can talk about carrying new life, bringing, freshness or fresh air into a situation. And that being next to the ego is telling me that you're having a very hard time in your mind and in your ego and in your devil self. So the devil talks about things that give you instant gratification at the detriment of long-term reward or long-term gain. And so it's the things that make you feel good now, but you're not doing the work for better things to come. And so these 2 things together are making me feel like you feel trapped or you feel stuck. You admitted to feeling routine. So to me, that's making me feel like you have the ability, you have the potential here to grow, but we're very much stuck in, our body. We're very much stuck in our mind and the things that are getting in the way from us achieving what we want. 2 of Cups. I got the devil last time. 2 of Cups and the Empress. So I don't always, and that's like something that I want to say is I don't always like go, oh, well, what do these 2 cards mean together? You know what I mean? Like I don't always read like that. Sometimes I read the card for what it is individually. But I think that what I'm getting from this is that you long to have a soulmate. You long to have a partner that's important to you and that you're important to them, and that you feel like you have an equal partner and companion and someone that you feel will be there for you through thick and thin. It's something that you deep down maybe even reject about yourself, but it's something that you truly want, something you truly desire underneath it all. And yeah, that's what I've got for that. But I feel like you're on the path toward enlightenment. I feel like you've been on that path for a while, and I feel like you are going to discover the things about yourself that you are hoping to find and get to the bottom of. It's just you got to be willing to put in more work, and I know that sounds daunting, but unfortunately, that's what we came here for. I like learning how you read. Wow, thank you. I actually, well, I feel like you'd be more advanced than this, but I have a beginner's tarot course that I have started. It's a 3-part tarot course, so you can look into that. It's on my link tree. And it's also, I think it might be in the description of this video. I have yet to actually officially launch it, but when people sign up, then I know that it's wanted or it's desired to learn from me. So I appreciate that compliment. I know that beginners, it's not always new things that you'll learn, but I feel like you'll learn how I view things, how I do things. Yeah, that's perfect. You got it, Benjamin. You got it. I've got to get the first course down, but I also don't want to spend more time on things that aren't high interest. So I have to figure out an outline for the 3-part to figure out what the intermediate would be. But yeah, so that's what I have for you, Benjamin. Thank you so much for your patience and waiting. And I do appreciate you saying you like learning how I read. That makes me feel really good. Vetus, did you want the beginner's course? So Benjamin he's already sort of reading cards already. He's like kind of starting that side of things. So he's got the basics down. Vetus, are you looking for like the beginners, kind of starting you as if you don't know anything at all? Got it. Okay. I will personally email you once I've got everything done. I want to say I may have already recorded the first class. To be honest, I can't even remember. It's been a while. But once I get like all 3 parts up and running, I'll let you know. You got a reading from Storm. Why does that name not sound familiar to me? And she's good. She likes to get readings from you, so you're on it. Wow, thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, you're talking about Rising. Is that who you're talking about? Rising Storm? Yeah. I feel like that's such an honor that Rising Storm likes to get readings from me. I appreciate it so much because her following is just outrageous. She has so many followers and it's such an inspiration. And for her to come over to like my little corner of YouTube and like want a reading from me, you don't even know like what a compliment that is to me. Yeah, of course, Vetus. I'll keep you posted. Even if it's just you and me in there, I think it would be fun. So I'll have to get started on that. I'm actually I've got so much, guys. Starting next week, I'm actually creating an oracle deck with my sister. She's a graphic designer. So we are going to get that pumped out. We've got like 4 or 5 decks underway, but we're getting started on it next week. So I've got that as well. There's so much going on. So much. But it's all good things. All right, good night. Thank you guys. We'll talk soon.